Hello everybody and welcome to Sonoma Raceway. We're in wine country here in California, getting set for yet another round of the NASCAR season of 2026. Almost at IndyCar. Used to come in here for IndyCar. First time I've done Sonoma on a cup race for a while, actually. I've never usually had the pleasure of being here, and we're getting set for what is going to be a fantastic event. Hello to everybody on Jamie Motorsports and on Ultimate Sports Media as well, as we fill in for Matthew Owens, Seth Ease and Matt White this weekend. So we've got about an hour until the invocation gets started, so let's head down and have our pre-race interviews with the media pen in Press Pass.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to kick off our media availabilities here at Sonoma Raceway this morning. We are now joined by A.J. Allmendinger, driver of the number 16 Kaulig Racing Chevrolet. A.J. will make his 500th start in the NASCAR Cup Series tomorrow afternoon and will be the 48th driver in series history to accomplish this incredible feat. We'll open it up to questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand and we'll get a wireless microphone to you. We'll start here in the middle.
There you go.
AJ, I'm Bill Sessa with the Napa Register, and I remember that stock cars are not the only thing you've driven here.
Here? I drove a go-kart one time here.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd done some others.
I don't think so.
But,
I think it's just I think a go-kart back in like 97. It was an 80 shifter.
Okay, well then I stand corrected. But
I might be wrong, though. I've hit a lot of walls in my life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then at least tell us what you're looking forward to this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, this is always special. You know, it's basically my home race. You know, I always get to see a lot of family and friends that I don't get to see enough of, for sure. You know, I think when it comes to results on this racetrack, I haven't had the best results, but I do enjoy, like, racing and just running laps around Sonoma. So, you know, I feel like kind of where we're at as a race team right now, you know, having the outright speed to win the race, I'm not sure we're kind of there right now, but, you know, I feel like if we execute and we're at our best, you know, we can put ourselves in position to have a really good result, and then you never know what happens, just being close enough to the front for sure. So, but yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I think it's the last couple of years has been interesting because obviously they repaved it 2 years ago, and it had a massive amount of grip, and tire wear wasn't an issue. And then last year it felt like I wouldn't say it went completely back to old Sonoma, but it was kind of slick again. But then watching O'Reilly practice yesterday, it looked like the tires weren't falling off a lot. So I'm not sure what to expect on that front. But, yeah, I mean, it's a technical racetrack. It's easy to burn off the rear tires at times around here. And, you know, for us, I think that's kind of our focus of just trying to have a good balance when we unload here. And if we do that, you know, it makes the weekend a whole lot easier for sure.
We're going to go over here to the right and then to the left.
Crystal Clay Racing Refresh. Last year you said you can learn from Shane, but you can't let it torment you. So at what point do you stop studying the guy that everyone is chasing and trust in your own game?
Well, I mean, that's actually a really good question. You know, there's a happy mix for sure. you still learn from what makes them so good. But with that said, it's like you go out there and you try to drive exactly like them, and it makes some of the things I think I'm strong at weak trying to do that. So it's just a balance. I think more than anything, he's so smooth in the way he takes care of the rear tires. I mean, it's pretty impressive because, like, if you watch his in-car stuff, it looks slow. Like, if you don't put a stopwatch on it, you're like, it's not very fast, but obviously it is. So always trying to learn, but yeah, I think at some point when it comes to, like, us at college racing, we know what our cars are and where we need to make them better, and we're not probably at that point right now. So you try to make the best of that, and then for me, it's trying to execute and just minimize any mistakes that I make, and still focusing on what's going to make the car good in a short run and the long run. So, there's always a little bit of mix in there. I still study it, though.
We'll go up here in the front.
Yeah, Kevin Coble with KUCU 916 radio station at Sacramento. Hey, so we have the different kind of racing now where there's no longer winning, you're in. How does the points here try to match up? Does your strategy change to try to get more points in certain stages here?
Well, for us this year, I think that's something that we focused on is, you kind of see as you go through practice and qualifying, and then even a little bit during the first stage of what you have as a race car. And, I think if you really think you can win the race, you gotta run the stages like you have in the past of short pitting them and making sure you keep track position. There has been races this year where we've run the stages out knowing like, hey, we probably don't have the speed to win the race. So points are important. And, this place, I think it's hit or miss. Sometimes you can kind of come through middle of the field and make some passes and make it work and get to the front. But it's also not the easiest place to pass either. So, having that right mix. But, it comes down to really we see what we are through practice and qualifying today, and we judge what kind of speed we have and then see how it's going through the first stage. I still think ultimately to win the race or to run in the top three, you're going to have to short pit the second stage. I guess we determine on what we are at that point of what's more important. That is one thing we've done this year is we've done a really good job at these races of getting, I think, kind of the max amount of points that we can get for what we have that weekend.
The second part of that is the $1 million challenge. How does that, starting here at Sonoma, how does that affect your racing style? Because at some point you got to find out the matchup where you're at, right? Yeah,
honestly, I don't think about it at all until if you're there's 4 or 5 laps to go, and this weekend we're racing against Briscoe, so you're racing around them. I think it enters your mind a little bit, but when it comes to thinking about the race and how you go about it, it's probably the last thing on my mind for sure.
We're going to go in the back and then to Jeff here in the
Yeah,
front.
Wendy Venturini, Performance Racing Network. I've covered a lot of the 500 starts. I had the opportunity when you climbed out of Victory Lane at Watkins Glen to talk to you then. What has been your most memorable Victory Lane moment in your career so far? And coming into this weekend at Sonoma, how special would that mean to you on a 500th start?
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't even think about the 500 until our race team started posting about it. I think there's 2 ways, and it's just the way I am mentally about myself. You think 500 starts, it's like immediately my mind goes, well, damn, I wish I'd have won more. Like, I wish in these 500 starts there'd be kind of more ups. But if you'd asked 2007 AJ, as I was missing most of the races on a brand new race team, like, hey, by the way, 19 years later, you're going to be at start 500 at Sonoma. And I've been like, there's not a chance in hell. Like, I'm literally just trying to get to the next one. And I guess it's good and bad because it's what pushes me. But, I spent so many years early on, especially like just trying to make one fast lap in practice or make the race or show some sort of speed or put together just one good race so people still wanted me to drive their race car. And I guess it's probably unfortunately and fortunately, I guess the way my mentality is still of I'm always out there trying to prove it to myself that no, you still belong here, and it's what drives me insane sometimes. It's also what pushes me to want to be at my best every second of the day still, just to prove to myself, because Matt, Chris, Trent, everybody on a race team's always like, you got nothing to prove. Like, you've done everything. And I'm like, no, I got to wake up tomorrow and prove it to myself. So to be able to do it here especially is pretty amazing. And, yeah, it would be it'd be one hell of a victory lane. There'll be a lot of wine mixed with Celsius, mixed with some other stuff probably, and you might have to carry me out of victory lane. So hopefully that happens.
We'll go up front here to Jeff.
I know also, like, on the note of the 500 thing, that you're not going to be too reflective about it because, like you said, you're still pushing yourself all the time. But just from a longevity standpoint, I mean, you see Mears want to come back and get to a milestone number and stuff like that. Like, it's hard to last that long in the Cup Series. I mean, do you give yourself any credit for the way that you've been able to endure all these years?
I give myself credit that I've tricked a lot of owners to keep me in their race car still. I'll be real honest. The fact that I'm the 48th person, I just thought there was more people that have done it. Like, so I didn't think much of it, and that kind of shocked me that I guess I'm number 48 to reach that milestone. So I think it's something I look back when I'm done and, kind of go through the fun times, getting to have Arrow at a lot of these now, and how, like, just super excited and, like, he just loves it. So I'm going to have to do more because racing's not cheap. So, and I keep trying to get a golf club in his hands, and he just keeps screaming at me about race cars. So I think I'm going to be here for a little bit more doing it. But, yeah, I mean, for me, it's just, I just always want to be better. So I think maybe at the end of it, I look back and like, hey, that's pretty amazing. I've gotten to do so many of them. But right now, I just want to be better.
We're going to go up here in the front.
Thomas Dunn, front stretch. AJ, as you take stock of that 500 milestone at your home track and the journey to that point, what about the Northern California racing scene worked for you growing up, and why Northern California as a whole has kind of been a driver development hotbed with yourself, Larson, and Reddick, among others?
Yeah, and even they've had a lot of badass race car drivers come out of this area. I think a lot of it is on the dirt track side of it. There's so many dirt tracks around here. My dad raced local dirt tracks. We were at, and if we weren't at one of his races, we were at Baylands, we were at Ascot, we were at San Jose. Like, there were so many dirt tracks that you could just go and race at or watch. And I think there's a lot of places to develop talent out here, especially on the sprint car side of it. But even in my region of karting, like, the names that came out of the guys that I raced against and how many of them made it in true top-level echelon motorsports, it just shows that racing's always been strong out here, and I think continually stay strong, whether it's sprint car racing or karting or, late models, whatever it may be. And that's it for me. It's nice to be a part of that group that I've gotten to share in that and still be doing it here.
We'll go to Will.
Will Tharp, Speedway Motorsports. AJ, you got a new sponsor on board this weekend and a scheme that's going to be pretty hard to miss around here. What would it be like to park that Echo Park green in Victory Lane, and just talk about a little bit about that sponsorship?
Well, I like anytime we get a sponsor that has green in it, because that was always my favorite color growing up. I still remember my parents taking me out here and me getting a picture next to Harry Gant's car, because that was my favorite paint scheme, was that Skull Bandit green. So always like a green race car. I always got the green is bad luck in racing, and I was like, it's the same color as money. Why is that bad luck? We need it. So but have Echo Park Automotive on our race car here. For me, anytime, obviously it's not a new sponsor to NASCAR, does a lot with this sport. But for them to put their belief in college racing and on my race car and to be a part of it always means a lot to me. So hopefully we can go out there and run up front, have a shot to win the race, and pull that thing into victory lane. And but yeah, you're not going to miss it. It definitely stands out, which I really like.
We'll go here in the middle.
Noah Reed, Kenny Wallace Media. AJ, congratulations on 500 starts. The Athletic put out a great piece earlier this week about Dodge's rumored return to the Cup Series. You've raced with Dodge before in the past. I don't ask you to speculate, but more just from the driver's perspective, with the rumors that Dodge could return as soon as 2027, would you rather see them return as soon as possible or wait to develop more truck series and then progress to Cup?
I think on the second part of that question, I don't put a lot of thought into, whether it's good or bad if they return sooner or later. For me, obviously now we have that partnership with Dodge and Ram on the truck side of it, and, you always want it to go faster, right? But I think we're doing a pretty good job, at least to start with, starting from scratch in the truck series. That's a question for Matt and Chris of what the future looks like. I think there's no secret that ultimately that was our goal, right? Was to partnership together, to have a shot, true shot in this sport on the Cup side of it. You have to be partnered and be one of the top teams, I feel like, of an OEM. And, that was our ultimate goal. It was through this partnership. This was Matt Collig's opportunity to try to get our Cup program to that next level. Is it going to be overnight? No. Is it possibly even going to be with me driving it at some point? I'd love it to be sooner than later, but, part of what I love about this team and what Matt and Chris make me feel like being a part of this team is I'm going to be a part of it a long time, whether that's driving or down the line as a different role. So I guess that's kind of a long answer. I just want to do whatever we think is right to help our program move forward, but not put it at a standstill where you're both struggling together. It needs to be that you're both climbing, whether it's slowly or it's abrupt and you go right to the top, which we know is probably not possible because this sport is hard on the Cup side of it. But I think so far this relationship's been really good.
You talked about Matt and Chris and you wanting to be one of the drivers racing for Dodge. Last week Chris came out and said, you're here as long as you want to race. Just talk about Chris, what he's meant to you, and how cool it is to have someone like him saying, yeah, you can race as long as you want with this team.
Did he pay you to ask that question? We all know Chris. Don't lie. He started talking to Kenny and was like, hey, we got to get this question to AJ.
He did not.
You sure? Okay.
Positive.
No. This is why I went from doing TV and thinking I was retired and doing a couple of races with college racing to where all of a sudden within a couple of years I was running 54 races during the year with him between Xfinity and Cup. I love this team. Matt and Chris, the whole team, all the men and women. But, I started always with Matt and Chris because obviously they're the leadership of the team, and they have been from the start of it. This is like my home. And sometimes it can be a dysfunctional home on all ends. I'm the first one. I'm a little crazy. You hear it on the radio. But we love each other, and we will fight to the death for each other. And they've given me, when I thought I retired the first time, I had 2, O'Reilly wins, Xfinity, whatever you want to call them. At the time, they were nationwide wins, and 1 Cup win. And now we have 20 wins together. I've gotten to kiss the bricks at Indianapolis, got to win at Charlotte, got to win on ovals, got one of the coolest finishes ever in Bristol. I owe the happiness of my career, whether it's ever good enough in my mind, which, like I said, I wish it was. I've done more, but I would have retired the first time, and always just been probably kind of miserable about I hadn't done enough. We've done some pretty damn cool things. Hopefully we got more to go, but I owe my happiness of my career when I'm done to Matt and Chris.
All right, that's all the time we have, AJ. Thanks for joining us, and good luck this weekend. All right, we're going to continue our media availabilities here at Sonoma Raceway. We are now joined by Eric Jones, driver of the number 43 Legacy Motor Club Toyota. We'll go ahead and open it up to questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand and we'll get a mic to you. We'll start up here in the front with Cameron.
Cameron Richardson, NASCAR.com. Eric, you've completed all but 9 laps this season. You've completed the third most of all the drivers in the Cup Series. Just in an era where driver aggression only seems to ramp up, just how important is it to have clean races and just not a mistake for you, but just when you in races where you don't have the speed, just be able to complete the race cleanly, and especially now that every race is, your points racing and not racing for when it ends.
Yeah, I mean, it's important. I think you've seen the last month just with our group. We've had some good days in there too, but we've not had any real bad ones, and that's what's kind of leapfrogged us here in points pretty far up the standings so far, is that a lot of guys have just had bad days. Even Shane last week getting wrecked, and San Diego, Priest having a few bad weeks. Just the guys that we're racing around have had struggles, and so for me, it's I think a mentality thing. I feel like I've been in just a good spot of being able to take what I can get on whatever day it is, and whether that's a day like Michigan contending for the win, or a day like San Diego just trying to run top 20. We're just taking what we can get and making the most of it. So, yeah, it's super important. I didn't know that statistic, to be honest with you, this season, but I feel like it's been a clean year. We haven't made a lot of mistakes on either end, on my end or on the team's end, and the times that we have, we've been able to kind of clean it up and salvage a day out of it. So, yeah, proud of that for sure. I think that's something to be proud of, and it's shown here in our points position, and hopefully we can just keep that going a handful bit longer.
We'll go up here in the front.
Eric, I talked to you this week on KUCU 916 radio station Sacramento, and hey, we talked a little bit about different things are happening, and especially your team. Mm-hmm. What about the new buzz of all the new owners coming in on your side, and how does that kind of does it hype your team up a little bit and get more visibility on your team to do a little better this week?
Yeah, I think Jimmy has a vision for what he sees Legacy becoming as a team, and some of that involves the celebrity investment we've seen over the last couple of months, and I think there's more to come on that side. So it's been fun to see. It's fun to get eyes on the sport and people involved. These are people who I think they're probably long-time race fans, and now they're just getting a chance to really get up close and personal with it a little bit. So, yeah, I enjoy it. It'll be fun to have them come out to the track, and obviously we saw Darius out in Nashville, and this weekend I think Guy's making a stop at the track this weekend. So that's going to be pretty neat, and it's just it's all at a nice time for us as a company. We're running well and doing things well on the racing side, so getting the off-track stuff, on a comparable level with it, I think is going to be just as important here going forward.
Gotcha. And then also on this track, the wall down there, the barriers they put. Do you guys talk about that at all? Do you race a little different and make sure everybody's aware of that on your team?
Yeah, it's I think something they've been kind of developing. I'm assuming you're talking about Turn 11, and we put up some traditional style walls the last couple of years with the tire packs. They were just getting pretty much ran over most of the race, and they would get pushed back, and that corner would change a bunch as you went through the day. So just getting it to stay the same and having a true barrier. We're a little bit unique in our sport in the Cup Series that we don't have what you would think of as traditional track limits as some guys do. So you've kind of got to protect us from ourselves a little bit, and having a giant wall, I guess, eliminates that option of doing anything else. So I don't think it'll change the racing a whole lot. You don't you don't want to see a mess down there. Somebody gets wrecked, and it's pretty narrow now with those walls. But I don't think it's going to change things a whole bunch.
We'll go here in the middle.
Eric, looking ahead at the next few weeks in the schedule, you've got some big tracks. Legacy's flashed a lot of speed at those ovals, but specifically Chicagoland, with it being an unknown, high tire wear. You've excelled at tracks like Darlington. Does that excite you going into next week?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, obviously we've got to get through here and have a decent day tomorrow. But for me, yeah, I'm definitely excited I'll be honest, these 2 weeks I was not super excited about between San Diego and Sonoma. We were having a great stretch there races, and then the road courses haven't been great for us. So we've done a good job getting through one. We got to get through one more tomorrow. And then, Chicago, I think, is a place we're all looking forward to. When we went there years ago, I felt like I ran good there as a driver. And I think for us, just as a team and where we're at and where we run well, a track like Chicago with a lot of character and roughness and high wear, I think will be good for us. I hope it is. And also having a practice there, I think, is good for us. Having a real practice session as a two-car team is a big deal. So there's a lot of things that, we could go and say we're going to perform well. Hope to get out of here with a decent day tomorrow and just be in a spot here for this next stretch of, 8 races on from Chicago to have a good shot to try to get into the playoffs.
Go up here in the front.
To kind of follow up on that, you said, road courses haven't been the best lately, but obviously you come into Sonoma and you want to perform well. How do you kind of prepare to kind of counteract what's been happening on road courses coming into Sonoma this weekend?
Yeah, we've put a ton of work in between us as drivers, myself and John Hunter, and on the team, on the cars, trying to improve. We took a big swing at San Diego, and I think we missed a little bit, but we were able to make some changes overnight from Friday and Saturday and get it better. Here at Sonoma is a bit more typical of a road course, obviously, and we have a bit bigger notebook to go off of, and I think we'll hopefully have hit it a bit closer here this afternoon. But, I think for me, I've done as much work as I can, just trying to improve as a driver and focus what I can focus on. The next-gen car and the road course has been extremely different than what the Gen 6 car was, and for me, it's still been an adjustment period of trying to get better. And I think you've seen a handful of guys that have struggled with it and haven't quite hit on it yet. And there's been days where it's been better, but not consistently. So all I can do, though, is the work I've done and put in and try to get better on my end and hope that, this afternoon when we unload, it's going to show.
Good.
Danny Peters, front stretch. Eric, your spotter, Will, is going to be racing today. Did he call you last night with some tips, or how does that just kind of help you across the weekend?
Yeah, we've chatted a bit about him running here. He got to run here last year, and so that was cool. And Will's a great road racer. He won a race here in the at the time I think it was called the K&N Series that I was actually running, and I finished 5th or 6th, and he won the race by 10, 15 seconds. So he excels on these places. I know he loves getting in the race car when he can, and he had an opportunity a little bit earlier this year at Watkins Glen with that group, and they had a decent day. And hopefully he has just another good day today. I would love to see him get up around top 15 and a top 10 would be amazing for that group and that team. So it's fun to see. It's fun to watch him get in there and do it. And I know, like I said, he really enjoys it, and it'll be fun to watch him this afternoon.
Go in the back.
Brian Twining, Bleacher Nation for BetSports Media. Eric, you said the goal coming into this weekend was just to have a good day. So what exactly does that look like? And also, what type of preparation were you guys even able to do for this track with it being sandwiched in between two relatively unknown racetracks?
It's been tough. I would say we probably didn't get to do as much preparation as we wanted for Sonoma. We focused really heavily on San Diego with it being unknown. And then all of us really stayed out here this last week to come here to Sonoma. So there wasn't as much as we got to put into it other than just film and notes and trying to remember everything. Fortunately, we've been here a bunch, so that helps out. It's a little bit easier to go out to somewhere you've been a bunch. But, I think a good day for us, I would say if we could steal some stage points, that'd be great. Some of these guys flipping the stage and we can stay out and grab some points there would be awesome. But if we could come home with that on a top 15, I think that'd be great. I think, San Diego was to keep the car clean, come home top 20. We hit that kind of on the button. I wish it was a little bit better than that, but we did. And then this week, I think our expectations are a bit higher. Just having more experience here, a bigger notebook, and what we believe we can do. So, yeah, some stage points in a top 15, I think, would be a great day for us.
Eric, can you talk about the sunscreen sampling that your foundation is doing here this weekend?
Yeah, something real quick that the Eric Jones Foundation is out here this weekend. Dollar Tree donated a ton of sunscreen samples to us. So actually we're out in the fan zone right now passing out samples. We were in the campground yesterday handing out samples. So it's been fun. It's spreading the skin cancer awareness and learning more about that and sharing that with the garage and the fans. And, you're sitting out in the sun all day when you're watching one of these races and just being able to hand out some sunscreen samples and keep everybody safe has been a a great effort from us, from the foundation, and just happy to have Dollar Tree jumping in and supporting too. They donated a bunch of sunscreen for this weekend, and it's cool to see them taking on some work with the foundation, helping us out.
Do we have any additional questions for Eric? All right, Eric, thanks for spending some time with us, and good luck this weekend.
Thanks.
All right, everyone, we're going to roll into our next media availability. We are going to talk about two drivers that are paired together for the in-season challenge. We have Ty Dillon, driver of the number 10 Colleague Racing Chevrolet, and Denny Hamlin, driver of the number 11 Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing. If you have a question, raise your hand and we'll get a mic to you. We'll start in the front with Bob and then go over here to the left.
Bob Hawkers, Fox Sports. I have a question for Denny. I'm curious, Bubba has had this crazy year of like top fives and then 20th or 30th, then just the last couple of weeks, a couple of runner-ups and something outside the top 20. I'm just curious, what do you have to tell him anything to keep his head up, or is he at the point in his career where he's able to handle the ups and downs?
I mean, I think that at this point of your career, you certainly can regulate that. It's kind of part of the sport and whatnot. But the biggest thing is always just focusing on what you can control. Sometimes if you get caught in wrecks, after like a pit penalty or something, then that's not bad luck. That's you just kind of put yourself in a really bad spot, or the team puts you in a bad spot. So you always have to just self-reflect on what you can improve, and you have to be happy with the result. As long as you do the best of your ability, the team does the best of theirs. Yeah, there's certain aspects of luck that can, change your results on any given week. But over the big sample size, you're going to get a bigger picture of kind of where you stand. And, on speed, it seems like that team is very capable week in, week out of being a top 5 on speed team. Execution, has been a little bit of an issue. But overall, I don't think we definitely don't question Bubba's ability to go out and get the most out of what that car is capable of.
Go to Jeff.
I'm not used to a joint press conference here, but are we supposed to treat this like a UFC weigh in? Like, do you guys have any trash talk? Who's got the edge here?
I don't know about that, but that's pretty cool. I mean, obviously, if I'm on the same press conference with him, means something good. So I'm just glad to be a part of this in-season challenge again. And it's ironic we're going up against each other in the first round again, so it'll be fun.
Yeah. Refuse to put us on a standard oval.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. But I certainly feel, you know, our car's got a lot of speed in it, obviously. And so, you know, anything can happen on these things. Strategy can get mixed up, all kinds of different things, right? But, you know, it's two battles, right? I've got this one. I'm kind of chasing Tyler a little bit. So, you know, certainly I feel as though go get the best finish that I can for myself. Wherever it nets out, it nets out. But it's, no, I love the in-season tournament. It's obviously something we talked about on the podcast a few years ago. NASCAR made it happen. And then, you know, certainly I think that the types of tracks that we have this time around, not starting with a speedway, certainly will be a little bit more indicative of kind of, you know, guys moving on that you would expect. But it's a road course. Still, anything can happen.
I assume that every driver is at least aware of who they're matched up against.
Of course.
But I would assume that unless it's like maybe a few laps to go, you're not going to do anything crazy to get that position from somebody. Like you're probably going to just let it play out. But if they're like ahead of you or behind you or something, then maybe somebody does something. But other than that, it probably doesn't come into effect. Is that fair?
I mean, I think that there'll be battles for 16th that matter. I mean, that normally no one would ever care about. So that's what the beauty of the kind of the bracket system head-to-head is, right? Is that you're creating these storylines and matchups that are like, okay, it's 1v1 here. So I think that that's where the gain of it is. But you know, from like how does the race change? I don't know. You know, I think that we personally will just call the race to get the best finish possible, and then see where that nets out. But unless we're just terrible, and then yeah, you maybe try some different strategy and stuff. So I don't know. I think you just kind of start the race thinking, what does it take to win, and then play your strategy from there.
Yeah, I think for us, last year, what we did, I mean, outside of the first round, Denny was knocked out pretty early, is just try to run our race, be us. And, our hope was when it came down to the last restart, we were within a row of the guy in front of me that I needed to get. And I think I was 3 for 3 in that opportunity as far as passing them and executing, getting to the next round. And that's what we're going to look for this weekend. Like, obviously, I mean, what has this guy done this year? He's won 3 in a row, and they're kicking butt. If they put together a perfect weekend, it's going to be a challenge for us to keep up. But, our goal is to be the best version of us, and that's execute every single phase. And if they make one mistake, be there to attack. And that's the way we're going to approach this weekend, is just try to do our best and be there when the opportunity comes. And I think of all racetracks outside of probably the Super Speedway, this one gives us a shot to do that. So it's going to be fun. Certainly you don't want to do anything dumb early in a race, or, that just, takes disrespect and doesn't really take talent to wipe somebody out just to get to the next round of the in-season tournament. But if it comes down to last lap, definitely going to try to do my best to get one spot.
Right up here in the front.
Hey, so KCU 916 Sacramento. So, Denny, great question for you is, driver development, you see it, their kids are getting younger and younger and younger. As we see, we got a 15-year-old, I believe, on track yesterday. How do you monitor that talent? And then still, where do you put them? Does other classes, kind of if you put them in truck or put them in O'Reilly, do they help train them to get in a Cup car now?
Yes and no. It's two-part. I think that you learn how to race. I think you can learn racecraft. I think you can learn the racetracks, but learning how to get specific speed out of a next-gen car, doesn't relate to truck or O'Reilly's. I mean, I think certainly kind of the trucks are a little bit more indicative of what we have than the O'Reilly series. But still, the opportunity really comes from getting on some of these tracks that most of these drivers have only driven in short tracks when they're that young. So getting introduced to big racetracks and tracks that you will see in the Cup Series is a big advantage, because a lot of times when you come in, it's, you know, I just can speak for when I did it, it was overwhelming to just try to learn a racetrack in a weekend, much less get fast at it.
You know, and as being an experienced driver, as those young guys make mistakes on the track, does it frustrate the experienced driver now?
No, that's when we can capitalize. That's when, so that's the advantage. So yeah, that's what makes racing what it is. That's why I'm out there running against kids that I've been in the sport. I've been in Cup longer than they've been alive. So that's the mix that makes it exciting, is that you got contrasting styles and contrasting experience levels.
Great, thank you.
We'll go to Lee.
Lee Spencer, Sirius XM NASCAR Radio and CatchFence.com. Ty, what was it like to having bragging rights in the Dillon house? Because, you know, usually the little brother is kind of in the shadow of the bigger brother, but, you know, you kind of knocked it out of the park last year.
That was nice. I mean, anytime I can beat him, it always feels better. No matter where we're at, we always kind of keep that. But no, he was happy for us last year, just kind of getting the recognition. I was happy for our whole race team and our sponsors. You know, we put in a lot of effort each week, and our story doesn't always get told. But that's been the beauty of the in-season challenge, is we take a break kind of in the middle of the season where it's not always focused on the top 5 or top 5 in points, or but it's focused on the teams like ours who are grinding. And on most weeks, we beat, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 of the back end of the mega teams each week, and that's pretty solid for us. And if we do things right, we really have an opportunity at some places that are unique, like a road course race or a super speedway. And so it was great that our story got told, not only for myself and being able to show a little bit of personality, but for our sponsors, and you know, that there's a lot of effort that goes in behind that, and then our race team too at college. So yeah, it was cool that I feel like I had a leg up on my brother, which always feels good. But for our race team, that was what I was more proud of.
Speaking of your race team, A.J. Allmendinger will make his 500 start this weekend. He's always been self-deprecating, but can you explain to those of us on the outside what his contributions have been to colleague racing over time?
Yeah, AJ is probably my favorite teammate I've worked with. I think first meeting AJ, he's a pretty intense guy, but he's kind of checking you, and I feel like over the year he's realized that I want to work as hard as he does, and he is an absolute grinder, hard worker, puts so much effort into it. His consistency and his prep for each weekend has made me better, even after doing it for a while. And the guy, you put him in any situation, he's going to get the most of it. Whether he's mad about it, he might complain about it, but colleague racing kind of has embodied as AJ's spirit over the years. And he's been such a good teammate, and he's helped me so far in these road courses come a long way, and it's become one of my strengths, I feel like, in the circuit, just because of his openness. I think once he saw my willingness to work as hard as he will, him and I's friendship and teammate growth has just gone to the next level. And every single weekend, like, our teams work really well together, and we come to the racetrack with the same car, same setup, and we work from that point. And it's been a really eye-opening thing for me. And when you have two teammates that are pretty open and vulnerable with each other about what they need to get better and the things that they need to work on their cars, it's helped our whole program. I think if you look at colleague racing's trajectory since him and I have worked together and our teams have worked together, it's really been good, even against circumstances, even this year, where we don't have the same amount of support and help. We're maybe even having a better year than we did last year at this point. So I think that's just a lot of good communication and hard work, and being selfless behind the track.
We'll go to in the back.
Brian Twining, Bleacher Nation for Bet Sports Media. Ty, you've actually bested Denny here in the 3 races in the next gen era that you guys have both been on track, but you're considered the underdog at Sportsbook. So I guess my question is, do you have any special memes or social media posts planned in case you do actually defeat Denny? And for both of you, is there any like friendly side wagers or like stuff you have going on behind the scenes surrounding this matchup?
I think behind the scenes, our daughters are best friends, so they're probably more invested in this than maybe anybody. But no, the past records don't really mean anything for this weekend. Maybe the fact that he's won so many races this year and kicking butt, but no, it's going to be a fun battle. like I said, I'm really comfortable around here, and hopefully we're there to just put pressure on them. That's all we want to do.
Yeah, it's I mean, anything can happen, right? It's I think that if you look at kind of how the thing is set up, right, is that you got a low seed and a super high seed. But the great thing about that is that the high seed can knock out the low seed, and he now has the easiest path to the finals. So that's what I love about the tournament and how it's all set up. But it's you just never know. And I mean, obviously, big sample size. That's the computers run numbers and they come up with what's right. But yeah, I 0 for 3. It's believable. I don't know that's a huge accomplishment, but it's believable. And but there's lots of circumstances. I think I've had blown motors here. I've had a wreck, and then one time I think we pitted at the end of the race just trying to catch a caution, and we gave up a team finish for a 28th because we just wanted to catch a caution. So certainly I don't think we would do that this time if it was to put us behind the 10. But when he knocked me out last year, I became the biggest Ty Dillon fan. So I certainly I love their story and certainly have a ton of respect for him. And like you said, our daughters are best friends. So it's I'm sure they're the ones that are going to be competing as much as what we will.
We'll take 2 final questions in the middle.
Denny, Bill Sessa from Napa Valley Register. You're chasing Tyler for a championship that I know you desperately would like to win too, but he's driving for a team you own. How is your role different, car owner versus driver, and how is it different at the shop and how is it different on the racetrack?
Well, I'm just more involved, I think, overall. I mean, on the competition side, they're very similar. The work that I put in as a driver versus the work that I put in helping them is about the same. The difference is like I'm in all the other meetings that, the 2311 drivers don't care about, the marketing, the sponsorship, all the other stuff. So that's where that job takes on a much bigger role than what I do as a driver. And it's also why it makes it more gratifying when that team wins, because I know I actually had a bigger hand in that result than I do if I just do a great job driving the 11 car this weekend. So it's super unique. I understand the importance of trying to get the regular season. I mean, that's a 50-point swing. I mean, that's an entire race. When you look at like the gap from first to second, well, if you either start 25 behind or you start 25 ahead, that's a big deal. So it's certainly an interesting time, and we have some interesting tracks too that really could shake things up. But it's certainly something that I'm putting, we've put a lot of effort in getting back in the race for it to this point.
Danny Peters, front stretch. Danny, you went to the World Cup game on Thursday. How was your experience? Have you been following the tournament in general?
In general, yes. It was my first experience going to a game. I mean, I obviously, I'm a bandwagon, type of playoff. I watch playoff hockey. I don't watch regular season. I watch playoff baseball. I don't watch regular season. So I'm that type of sports fan anyway. But it was grossly underrated, the atmosphere that you get at a World Cup game on TV versus being there in person, and it was just it was absolutely amazing to experience it. So yeah, it's something I would love to do again. I don't know how the schedules line up over the next few weeks or so, but I certainly will try to go to another one, kind of regardless of who's playing, because it's, and I mean, I hear that going to the USA games are awesome, but like going to some where the fans are like really, really passionate could make it even a better experience. So I'm looking forward to going to another one.
All right, thank you both. Wednesday they're playing in Santa Clara. Wednesday USA is playing in Santa Clara. we will roll right into the next media availability. We have Shane Van Gisbergen, driver of the number 97 Chevrolet for Trackhouse Racing. We'll open it up to questions. If you have a question, we'll get a mic to you. We'll start in the back and then come to the front.
Shane over here. Brian Twine, Bleacher Nation for Betsports Media. Shane, how has the preparation been this week for Sonoma, a track that you ran for the first time in the Cup Series last year, with it being sandwiched in between both San Diego and Chicagoland, a track that you have zero experience on?
Yeah, I feel like we did a fair bit before we left the shop, and then, yeah, had a good couple of days off after last weekend, and, yeah, last few days sort of switched over to Sonoma, and, yeah, we had a good meeting yesterday, planning what we were going to do and how we were going to approach it, and really just maximizing points. We had a really good, strong car here last year, and kind of just building off that and tweaking it a little bit. Yeah, hopefully we're still a strong car, and we really need to maximize our points achieved on Sunday to help our chase position.
Right in the middle.
Cam Richardson, NASCAR.com. To follow up with that, just what is that prep going in for Chicagoland and North Wilkesboro? Because you know what your expectations are for this weekend, but considering where you are in points, just how hard are you prepping for Chicagoland and North Wilkesboro?
I know nothing about Chicagoland other than it doesn't have a back straight. So I kind of live week to week and focus as much as I can every week. So I'll change over next week, and I don't know if they have that track on the simulator or not, but I'll try and do a bit next week and, yeah, understand that place. They did a test a month or two ago, and I think there's a lot of vision around about that and information. So, yeah, next week will be a big study trying to learn a new track, and then we have an open practice too. So I always seem to go better when I have a longer practice, a couple of sets of tires, and can try a bit with my car. So, yeah, I look forward to that.
Continue in the middle.
Noah Reed, Kenny Wallace Media. Red Bull put out a really cool video where a lot of their athletes were trying to hit the 5-second timer. You and Connor were really close. You'll be going head-to-head again today. How competitive is the rivalry between you guys?
One person had one go at that and one had 5, so it was a bit of social media stuff. But, yeah, I mean, we have a pretty friendly banter, Connor and I, and that relationship gets better and better. And we drove up here together this week, and, yeah, he's awesome. And obviously he's pretty frustrated, I guess, at the moment. The results aren't going his way, and it seems to be one thing after another. Even yesterday in qualifying for O'Reilly, there's nothing you can do about stuff like that, but we all go through that stuff, and I'm sure, you know, he'll be a factor today in the race and also qualifying today too. So, you know, it's going to work out for him, and it's still cool. You know, he's a great teammate, and, yeah, been fun to see him pushing himself to get better.
You kind of touched on my follow-up of just kind of the up and downs he's faced this year, not as a teammate, but as a friend. What advice do you offer to him?
I mean, I went through it last year. Pretty similar thing. You know, you come in expecting to do decent, and, you know, everyone in the Cup Series has won Xfinity races. That's the level everyone's at. It's pretty much it's tough. Everyone in here is good, and, you know, you jump in. You've been in all good cars all through your junior career, and then you jump in the main series, and it's a shock. And I had it in supercars when I was 18. You know, I did really well in all my junior formulas, and then get into the main class, and I was qualifying at the back. It's a rude awakening, but you got to push through it. And I'm sure the second half of his season will be good, and he'll just keep that. You know, things will start turning around for him.
We'll come up front to Jeff.
Shane, I saw that I think you did stuff with race service in LA this week, and I know also, like, you know, occasionally you have events with Red Bull that kind of take you out of the NASCAR bubble. When you talk to people in those situations that aren't just, you know, maybe they love motorsports or cars, but not specifically NASCAR, you know, what do you think the perception is of the racing here, of yourself? Like, what is the awareness of what's going on in NASCAR?
Yeah, I find it always cool. The questions are certainly unique, and, you know, they just don't know. And I think, you know, it was like that the first Chicago street race, but also at San Diego. I think there was some stupid stat, like 80% of people hadn't gone to a NASCAR race before, and that's why it's cool going to new places and seeing new people. I think, you know, you introduce them to what this sport is like, and then hopefully we have good races the weeks after, and it keeps them engaged. I think our sport is really awesome as a motorsport. You know you don't know who's going to win. Whereas you watch F1, there's 3 guys who are going to win. You know, I think our sport's really cool. Even at a road course, there's 10 guys who can win. I think that's really cool. How many different storylines there are this week in our sport, and I think you guys do a good job. But as drivers, we have to do a good job as well of keeping people interested and keeping the storylines coming, and hopefully people keep coming into our sport.
We'll go to Bob and then in the middle.
Bob Hawkers, Fox Sports. The result from last week, does that make you angry more just because it was an opportunity to win or because of the impact on a potential chase spot?
Oh, both, yeah. I was pretty pissed off Sunday knowing that we had a good opportunity for a points day, especially when the track rubbered up. My car just came alive, yeah. So I was pretty gutted about that and, you know, trying to think about what I could have done better there. And, yeah, pretty pissed off with that. But, yeah, I can use it as motivation pretty well. Like, I'm pretty fired up this weekend, but also pretty calm and focused too. So just got to go and execute and do my job and try and make up for it this week. No, I can't. You can just do things better and not make mistakes. You know, did all the preparation I could to see where I was weak last year and try and be better, but you just have to go out and execute and, yeah, have a good party Sunday night.
Shane, just a quick one. Do you feel there'll be more V8 supercar drivers that will make the switch to NASCAR racing?
I mean, I hope so, yeah. I think it's cool Brock Feeney's here this weekend, and cool to catch up with him for dinner last night, and I know he'd love to do a race, and a couple of others too. Yeah, certainly welcome it. I think it's appealing to teams in some ways. You know, you're going to have strong road course guys, but, yeah, you got to commit to a big building phase on the ovals, as we've seen, so... yeah, I'd love to see more come and try and do it.
Slightly disappointed that Matt Payne was knocked back with a drive today, or here at this weekend.
Again, I'd love to see him do it. I think he's a massive talent. He was only just starting when I left, but from what I saw, he was really good. So, yeah, it sounds like he wants to come do it. So, hopefully he can have a go.
Aaron Wilson, Crum for San Francisco. I talked to Connor earlier in the week, and I asked him how much he leans on you for advice, and he said, and others, and he said that he did because of obviously your experience. But I want to know, what is the relationship between the two of you? It's his first season after switching over from the O'Reilly/Xfinity Series here to the Cup Series.
Yeah, we're pretty open, I think, as far as teammates go. It's been really good. We do rely on Ross a lot on the ovals, and he's the same. He can ask any question he wants, and we'll give him an answer. And it's been pretty cool trying to make each other better. And, yeah, with Connor, I think, you know, we're really pushing each other to get better. And as I said earlier, it'll click for him soon. But, yeah, hopefully it's us up the front. But, yeah, it's been fun working with him. You know, he's almost 20 years younger, but he's very, very fast too.
Do we have a final question for Shane? All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are now joined by our Busch Light pole winner for tomorrow's NASCAR Cup Series race, Ty Gibbs, driver of the number 54 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota. This is Ty's third career pole and first pole on a road course. We'll go ahead and open it up to questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand and we'll get a wireless microphone to you. We'll go to Reed.
I just thought that, you know, I didn't have a great first lap. It was pretty good, but I think I could get better, and I just stuck to that.
We'll go to Dustin here in the middle.
Dustin Lamino, J-Ski. Ty, how did you feel about the car in the long run today in practice?
Really happy with it. I feel like it did a really good job, and I did a good job as well. So, yeah, just got to keep getting better, keep working on it. I feel like we'll be pretty strong tomorrow. Just got to stick with it.
And how much do you credit your iRacing, you growing up with Austin Green, as for your road course success?
I would say a lot, honestly. You know, everybody thinks I have a ton of road course experience, and I really don't have a lot besides being in NASCAR. So, yeah, I would say I credit a lot to that, and yeah, he'll probably kill it here later.
Do we have any additional questions for Ty? We'll go up here in the front.
Yeah, I mean, obviously tomorrow is a whole different program, and you're gonna be a lot easier on the car instead of hammering it like in qualifying. So it's just completely different. You could be on the pole today and suck tomorrow. So you just got to be really focused on the race, and that's the most important part. And so we'll stick to that.
We'll go here in the middle.
Noah Reed, Kenny Wallace Media. Ty, a lot of drivers will call Sonoma a rhythm racetrack. What does that mean to you?
I would say it is definitely rhythm, a lot of flow, a lot of elevation, and just really fun. A little abrasive on the tires, but Sonoma is a great track, one of my favorites on the schedule, and just honored to be in the position I'm in, and to be able to drive this Cup car and this SIA car is super cool.
We have any additional questions? Here, we'll take one more here in the middle.
Derek Wilson with Marin IJ. Growing up, what was it about NASCAR that really drew you to this sport? And do you feel like you're just living the dream at this point?
Yeah, very blessed to be in the position I'm in. Honestly, I didn't really grow up wanting to race NASCAR. I grew up, if my mom probably didn't say no, I'd probably be racing pro motocross right now, 100 and outdoors. So that would be my thing. But, fortunately, she said no, and this is, you get paid a little better and probably can have a little longer career. So it was, a little bit better on the business decision. But I really, just love competing, love racing on wheels, and if it's from bikes to to this, I just enjoy it, and this is just what the path was that God took me down, and here I am.
All right, well, Ty, thanks for joining us, and good luck tomorrow. Thank you. We're going to continue our media bullpen. We are now joined by Brad Keselowski.
Fortunately, we didn't have Brad Keselowski, and that's the wrong graphic. Welcome back, everybody. We're about to get ready for pre-race ceremonies. It's time for the invocation, the presentation of colours, and the national anthem as we get ready for the first of our in-season challenge.
And the Toyota Save Mart 350, a perfect day here at Sonoma Raceway for Cup Series racing. Let's go trackside for pre-race ceremonies.
Please rise as you are able. Remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Santa Rosa Recruiting Station Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome former San Francisco Giants three-time World Series champion, Matt Cain.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day and the opportunity to gather together. Thank you for all the men and the women that made this event possible, and for the fans who traveled from near and far to be here today. Lord, watch over all the drivers and their crews today as they go out and showcase the gifts that you've given them. We ask that you continue to work through all of us, and that you keep our eyes directed at you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome international vocalist and finalist on the X Factor UK, Elisa Bonaobra.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming. Hail the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
What a way to kick off some All-American racing.
Buckle up, because the NASCAR Cup Series is heading west to Sonoma Raceway. This 1.99-mile road course in the hills of Northern California is all about rhythm, precision, and patience. This track features 12 turns that will put drivers to the test. Turn 11, the heavy braking hairpin, is one of the best passing zones on the track. Drivers will dive deep into the corner, sometimes locking up tires as they fight for position, heading back onto the front stretch. Through the sweeping S's, it's all about momentum and hitting every apex just right. Another passing zone is located at the top of the S's, turn 7A. This sharp right-hander requires heavy braking, and its wide entry invites drivers to set up passes. Well-executed pit stops here will help drivers maintain track position as teams balance going for maximum points and racing for the win. We had the chance to talk to drivers and hear what they had to say about taking on Sonoma.
Yeah, Sonoma is awesome. The elevation makes it a one-of-a-kind racetrack, and it's such a beautiful part of our country that we only get to go to a couple times a year. So I'm really excited for Sonoma this coming year. I won there last year in the O'Reilly Series, so getting to go back there in the Cup Series is going to be a lot of fun, and especially with how the track is degrading.
From a driver's standpoint, there are a lot of blind corners, and the car gets really light over those blind corners as well. But there's also some really high compression zones, which is tough for the team and engineers to balance that setup-wise, because we want to run the car as low as we can. But that hill up into turn 1, up into turn 3, the car really squats down into the racetrack a lot. So it's a lot of balance for the team and engineers, all that. And then there's also some really high-speed sections through the S's, through turn 10. So it's an all-around road course that now is very fast with the new pavement. It's a lot of fun, and it's definitely turned into one of my more favorite racetracks.
Technical, physical, unforgiving. Who will master the turns of wine country and leave Sonoma with the chalice? Get ready, because the green flag is about to drop at Sonoma.
Green flag is about to fly here, and we are all set. Hello, everybody on JB Motorsports and on the Ultimate Sports Media. Welcome to what is the first of the in-season tournament races here coming in. The in-season challenge. Just to give you an idea, we actually have it on your battle screen. If we click this button here and navigate away, I don't want to click away from the driver tracker, but it is here if we need it. We do have access to it. So it is in Challenge 1, Tyler Reddick versus Alex Bowman. Alongside then, it's Austin Cindric and Brad Keselowski, Daniel Suarez, Todd Gilliland, Carson Hocevar, Zane Smith, Chase Briscoe, AJ Allmendinger, Ty Gibbs, Austin Dillon, Bubba Wallace, Michael McDowell, Chase Elliott, Noah Gragson. Second half is Denny Hamlin, Ty Dillon, Eric Jones, Joey Logano, Chris Buescher, John Hunter Nemechek, Christopher Bell, Ross Chastain, William Byron, alongside Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Then it's Kyle Larson, Riley Herbst, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Ryan Preece, Ryan Blaney, and Josh Berry. That's how they line up for the in-season challenge. In terms of this race coming into today, well, pole position went to Ty Gibbs alongside Carson Hocevar on the front row, Kyle Larson P3, Michael McDowell is in 4th, Ross Chastain 5th, and Shane Van Gisbergen 3rd row in 6th place. Now, earlier on today in MotoGP, Trackhouse won in their MotoGP race, a 1-2. Let's see what they can do today. Let's head to TNT up in the booth. Adam Alexander alongside Dale Jr.
So wants to get a victory.
Yeah, I think with everything that happened last week at San Diego, they might be tempted to try to get greedy here and win as many stage points as they can in stage 1 and stage 2. There's a potential of winning a stage, but can he win both and the race? That makes stage 3 really, really tough. That does open up the opportunity for some other drivers.
So let's talk about the other drivers in this race that have a real shot to go out and slay number 97. As we said, he is the guy.
Some of the names that are obvious, I think, when looking at the speed is the 5 and the 45 car. Larson, Reddick, those two guys are going to be great today. But a name that really surprised me, top 5 or top 2 actually in 10-lap average and 15-lap average, the 19 of Chase Briscoe. Keep an eye on the 19 car today.
Well, you think about what Briscoe did here last year. He was second to SVG in this race, really pushed him late on restarts. His teammate starts on the pole. Ty Gibbs is someone to watch in the 54. And the last guy I would put on the board from Northern California, A.J. Allmendinger. He's a ringer on the road, and today making his 500th career start. It's going to be fun. It's going to be competitive. 9 races to go to the chase. It all starts today at Sonoma. Let's get the command.
Sonoma Raceway, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome former MLB World Series champion manager, Dusty Baker.
Drivers, start your engines!
How about it?
Next thing on our to-do list is go green in wine country. NASCAR on TNT is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. And by the Credit One Bank. NASCAR American Express card.
As I was saying earlier on, yes, in MotoGP this afternoon, Trackhouse took a 1-2 with Ayagura winning ahead of Raul Fernandez. So, if Trackhouse can win here today with a possibility of a 1-2, they would have won in every single race they attended this weekend across the 2 MotoGP and today in the Cup. I'm Joshua Birch. Alongside me in the commentary box is Jack. Jack, welcome to you. Sonoma road course race, 110 laps ahead of us. It was quite exciting in the ARCA race, and doubly exciting in O'Reilly last night. Looks like we're in for an interesting Cup day as well.
Yeah, very interesting starting lineup. Drivers like Ty Gibbs, obviously on pole. Carson Hocevar somehow in second place on a road course. Incredible qualifying from him. An SVG in P6, I think. Just behind his teammate Ross Chastain. Be interesting to see how SVG will fare here. He is the defending winner at Sonoma. So we'll see how he can get on.
And SVG lining up in 6th position. Denny Hamlin's in P9. Joey Logano rounds out the top 10 from what we were talking about earlier on. Conor Zilic trying to 17th place. That shocked me when we were looking at it. He's usually, especially after last week, quite high up there. But from one street course to a road course, seems like he's not good here at Sonoma. But I wonder if we're going to see a better qualifying from him in terms of race pace today.
Yeah, he seems to be much better in race pace than qualifying. The Cup cars are quite different to the O'Reilly cars. So, but we'll be interested to see how he gets on here. He won the O'Reilly race last year. We'll see how he can get on. Tough battle between himself and SVG in that race.
Do you know what really scares me is that in the olden days, this is where we would say goodbye to Fox at this point of the season. As well, and then we'll hand over to NBC for the remainder. I don't know why Premier Sports have just gone to a break, because they're doing that. Cars are about to peel off of pit road. I can't see them on the tracker yet, actually, so we'll hope that activates soon enough. Alongside our coverage here on JB Motorsports, we have the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championships, Salem 6 hours of the Glen. Several of those events are now behind the pace car again. Numerous full course yellows. In total, 4 cars have stopped. 4 have retired, 45 left in the race. And at the moment, another pace car after the S's section, really chewing up the drivers out here today as well. They've got 2 hours and 28 minutes to go. Jack, how long do you reckon we're going to be here for all the action?
Well, hopefully only about maybe 3 hours, 3.5 hours. That's my hope anyway.
Strange.
Because I've also got because I kind of got the World Cup on in the background, and I want to get back to watching that.
World Cup, gone.
It's such a great tournament, man.
It's
Such a
been-
great tournament so
It's
far.
been really good, and you can catch it all on JB Sports and on the USN as well as we produce. But then don't forget Wimbledon starting tomorrow. Green flag there, we're about to come. Let's head back down to the track to get the action from the team at TNT.
That's back-to-back front row starts for driver 77. Row 2, guy that's won here twice, Kyle Larson with Michael McDowell in the 71. He's great on the road. Row 3, teammates Ross Chastain with last year's victor in wine country, Shane Van Gisbergen. Row 4, head-to-head in the in-season challenge, round 1, Chase Briscoe, A.J. Allmendinger. Behind them in row 5, a couple of legends, Hamlin, 3-time champion Joey Logano. Row 6, championship leader Tyler Reddick. He rolls off next to Austin Hill. Let's bring in Marty Snyder. Good afternoon, Marty.
Afternoon, Adam. Everybody wants to pencil SVG. Shane Van Gisbergen in as the race winner, but for the 97 team, it's not so cut and dried. And it all centers around where they are in the chase standings. They are now outside of a chase spot by 5 points. A massive missed opportunity last week at San Diego. I asked Stephen Dorn, his crew chief, how do you play the race today? Do you play it for the win or for the maximum points? He said, honestly, the first few laps will tell me everything. If we can contend for the lead early on, I'll go for the win. But if we have to take the points, I'm not afraid to do that today either.
We'll continue the starting grid. Back in row 7, William Byron in the Exalta Solar Boost Chevrolet, and Christopher Bell in the Rheem Toyota. Row 8 is the 17 of Chris Buescher from Prosper, Texas, and the number 12 of Ryan Blaney in the Menards Dutch Boy Ford. In row 9, the 88 of Connor Zilich in the WeatherTech Chevrolet, and the number 9 of Chase Elliott in the Napa Auto Parts Chevrolet. In row 10, it's Ryan Priest, the number 60 from RFK, and John Hunter Nemechek in the number 42 Legacy Motor Club Chevrolet Toyota. Row 11, you have Daniel Suarez in the number 7 Freeway Insurance Chevrolet, and Alex Bowman in the Allied Chevrolet. And then in row 12, two 27-year-olds, Austin Cindric and Zane Smith. Let's get down to Shannon Spate for more on Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, Dale, let's talk about that. Here are 2 stats that Ryan Blaney fans will be happy to hear. Number 1, he was fastest in practice yesterday. Number 2, last week on the road course in San Diego, he passed more cars than anyone else. That would be 33. He also won stage 1. He told me he didn't put together the best lap in qualifying, but he loves this place and is ready to have some fun. He starts 12th.
Thanks, Shannon. Back to the starting grid. A pair of teammates from 2311 will make up row 13, Riley Herbst and Bubba Wallace. Row 14, a pair of Fords, Cole Custer and Josh Berry. Back in row 15, Todd Gilliland and Austin Dillon. Austin's brother Ty Dillon and Eric Jones will make up row 16. Row 17, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Noah Gregson. And row 18, Brad Kozlowski and Cody Ware. From Wara, driver of the 23 will go down to Danielle Trotta.
Yeah, Steve, Bubba Wallace qualified 26th, but dropped to the rear after changing out the nose after a qualifying wreck yesterday. I spoke with competition director Dave Rogers this morning. He told me, listen, no team achieves greatness without facing adversity. Yes, we've had ups and downs on this team the last few weeks, but it's made our group more mature collectively. They are battle-tested, and Bubba is spearheading the positive vibes, telling his team, hey guys, we came from 2 laps down last week to finish second. We can overcome from the back again today.
I love that leadership, thinking about what happened last week, everything they dealt with, and using that as a platform to go get it here today. It's the opening weekend of the in-season challenge. There is the bracket. Everybody's filled one out. I hope yours is not busted when we leave Sonoma. Let's get more on race number 1 when it comes to the run for $1 million. Here's Mamba Smith. What are you watching, Mamba?
What's going on? Happy NASCAR Sunday, everybody. I'm excited to be back in the in-season challenge. I'm watching Ty Dillon and Denny Hamlin. We're running it back. Ty he busted everyone's bracket. He was a Cinderella story, made it all the way to the finals, came up a little short. But guys, don't watch out for the #1 car of Ross Chastain. Ross is really good on road courses. Going against Christopher Bell, we're not sure what Christopher has with that left arm. And then, of course, you got the 38 of Zane Smith, who's been having a career year this season, but he's up against a Hurricane who wants to go for the money. We'll see what's going to happen. Double A, back to you, boys.
I really want to know, Jack, why we keep looking to the caution light on the international feed in full screen. I suppose it's going to help if we do go to caution and we get to see what's happening, but it's kind of nerving me. But we're getting ready to go green. Who's your pick a winner for today as we take a look at the circuit? Down up towards turn #1 then. It's an uphill, slightly cambered section of the track. So you're sort of going up and on a banking over the dust into turn 2. Tight uphill right section. Little short squirt now into turn #3 and then downhill into 4. It's a fantastic circuit, Jack. What are you thinking is going to be our victor around this 110 laps?
Well, you know what? Most people are probably backing Shane van Gisbergen today. I am not going to be one of those people. I am going to go and say Ty Gibbs gets his second career win today.
You're brave. I think it's a possibility, but my pick a winner for today, unfortunately, I'm going to stick with it. It is going to be Shane van Gisbergen. Sorry. Feel sorry about it. But we're getting set for a good one. What are your picker winners? Let us know in the YouTube chats about what we are going to be witnessing out here today. And let's hope we will be good to go. So, 25 laps to stage 1. And then it's going to be 30 laps stage 2. And then we go a massive 55 laps stage 3. That's going to feel like a Grand Prix around this place. Pace car coming in this time by. We come up to the comp cam. Stage 1 ends lap 25. Stage 2 ends lap 55. 55 third stage. Flip the stage, pit within 2 to 3 to go. Same for stage 2. Pit window opens, lap 65 of the final stage. 45 lap is maximum here on the pit window. We are ready to go. Pace car enters the drag strip. The green flag is in the air. The in-season challenge begins as NASCAR goes green for the Toyota Safe Mart 350. Ty Gibbs round the outside. Oh, and we can't see. We've got the caution light. Oh, well, that was great. We didn't see what happened through turn 1 and 2. TNT's first action in direction, and they've missed some of it. Riley Herb's getting bumped up as well by Austin Dillon, as now we get to see it is the lead changed over. Carson Hocevar has got ahead of Ty Gibbs, and already Jack TNT off to a great start in their second season. We missed the first corner of action by showing a caution light. But meantime, Gibbs trying to look on the inside line down at the hairpin.
Yeah, here goes Gibbs right round the outside. I think he's going to retake the lead here. Can we please have a look at this? Yep, there we go. He retakes the lead. I thought he would. Got just enough alongside. Michael McDowell already up into third position as well as Kyle Larson. Is that Connor Zilic?
Yeah.
Near the back, already up into like 5th place.
Zilic, I think, has made a storming start as, lock up further back.
Oh, contact.
Chase Elliott getting rubbed. I couldn't see he was alongside because the timing tower's
Tyler
activated.
Reddick.
Look who's diving back up the inside line. That's the 71. Michael McDowell getting ahead of Carson Hocevar. And, Connor Zilic is actually into 18th position now. Denny Hamlin's moved up. Joey Logano looking good. There's lap 1, and we've got no driver tracker. Well, that's a great access as well. The driver tracker's not working at the moment. That's great from TNT already. Logano's on the inside line of Hamlin. He's getting pushed by Christopher Bell. Here comes the 33 in the mix of Austin Hill as we fly through up this section into turn 2. And not too bad of a start here, Jack, I think. And I really hope that we get our driver tracker back soon. But meantime, Gibbs leading from McDowell in second. Oh, and coming
down the inside, AJ.
On Chastain, and SVG's already alongside the 77. And SVG's past him. And look at that. AJ Allmendinger's really knocking 7 bells out of Chastain, Jack.
Look at that. AJ getting very physical with Chastain here. Just behind them is the 19, I think that is, of Chase Briscoe. I will say, by the way, do you want to make a guess at who scored the most points on road courses this season?
Well, it's not SVG because he was out last time out. So is
No.
it AJ Allmendinger?
It was AJ Allmendinger.
Hey.
Has the most points with in a team, with no manufacturer alliance. They are essentially running completely independently this year, Colleague. Incredible stuff from AJ so far.
Oh, and that's Kyle Larson getting a little nudge from Shane van Gisbergen. Hopefully our driver tracker will come available soon. I think it's just having a paddy on the opening couple of laps. If you're wondering where Josh Turner is this weekend, JT is on his way back from Belgium. As he was there for the weekend, not at the Spa 24 Hours. He was there for an air show. He'll be back with us for next week for the British Grand Prix. We're watching on board with Shane van Gisbergen.
It's Britain next week, isn't it?
Yeah, the British Grand Prix, Formula One. It's going to be action-packed. And Wimbledon starts tomorrow. As you take a look at HBO Max, which is also TNT. Although we don't get anything over here in the UK, sadly. I've had a look. No NASCAR for us, thanks to Premier Sports having exclusivity. Saying that, if I tap that and see it, I'm going to be really upset that we haven't seen it. Nah, all good. Right front now on the inside line for SVG, almost touching the wall. Oh, camera zooms back. What are we looking at here? That's a very messy shot. As that's Todd Gilliland trying to go on the outside of Ty Dillon. On to the fourth lap now. Third has sorted it out. Of course we're friends, Corbin. Hello, everybody. Shark, pit road.
In practice, the car felt like it was driving on ice, super slick through turns 1 through 4. So he said, I have to be careful during that session. But overall, I just need to do a better job being smooth. I watched film of SVG winning this race here last year, and he's just so smooth. I'm trying to replicate that smoothness. I did change my approach yesterday in practice. After watching SVG, I'm trying to recreate his line around this road course. Larson's a 2-time winner here, Adam, but never stops studying to get better.
Larson trying to study SVG. Kyle Larson's fairly, ovals king, but he does do a lot of racing, doesn't he, Jack? And to study SVG is a wise move to try and get himself, as quick as possible on the parts of the NASCAR season where he's not strong. This is down at turn 4. Zane Smith and Austin Cindric. A little bit of a door bang between them. That's nothing that I would think that would be too hard about. So I think we're okay with that one. SVG's onboard camera's looking quite good. No race highlights so far. The app has crashed. So that's what's happened. At the moment, just telling you, to the rear of the race was Noah Gragson, Bubba Wallace and Eric Jones. That was all for unapproved adjustments. Bubba was off track at turn 10 anyway after finishing his first time lap. He damaged the nose of the car on the outside as the 77 of Carson Hocevar gets through on the 19 of Chase Briscoe rather easily. Ty Gibbs leading from the outside. Eric Jones had a spin in practice actually as well, coming through, and he made contact down at turn 10. That's a critical point, which is where we are now, down the hairpin, and now SVG finally makes a move on the inside line of Kyle Larson. Move made successful. So TNT go to a break over there in America. We stay with the action on the international feed. Already 5 laps down on the 25. 77-second laps here. It should take a little over 2 hours then plus commercial time, so not actually as bad a weekend as we were expecting here at Sonoma. Caution laps will range to about 7 laps in total. As SVG on the power, Larson's now coming under attack from AJ Allmendinger as they come in towards the first corner. Just taking the exit lines and further back. Moves going on now as Hocevar is trying to get past Chase Briscoe, and Hocevar's got Hamlin and Bell tucked up right behind him as trying to find a little look through. Hopefully our tracker comes available soon. It was working yesterday. Someone's kicked up an awful lot of dust. I think it's AJ Allmendinger who's kicked out coming out of turn number 5. Through now towards the chute and the S's sections, down to the hairpin, and that's tight on the inside. Several changes of position. Austin Cindric on the inside of John Hunter Nemechek. And around the outside there, Zane Smith coming into position for an overtake. Cody Ware at the bottom of the field. Stenhouse down as well. Keselowski 34th. Now, Jack, do you reckon Keselowski could... Oh, hang on, hold that thought. Allmendinger's locking up the brakes, going door to door, and forces Larson out wide, down to the final corner hairpin. So that now puts AJ Allmendinger up into 4th position. Yeah, Jack, back to Brad Keselowski. Last time out at the San Diego Naval Base, he had to get out of the car just after stage 1. Any chance that he would do the same today because it's another road course that he's not 100% with?
I would say no. I mean, Bell's going to be fine. I know that much. He said he's not getting out of this one. So
that's good news then.
We'll see what happens with Brad. He's not been, but road course wise, he's just not been very strong in this next gen car. As Denny Hamlin's now chasing down Carson Hocevar.
Hocevar, of course, nearly caused several wrecks last time out at the Naval Base. Let's check in with TNT quick.
Inside the race with NASCAR Driver Cam, presented by Straight Talk Wireless. Access every in-car camera with driver data, multi-view, full team audio, and more. Watch NASCAR Driver Cam all season long only on HBO Max. Trimble onboard camera, look into the eyes of Chris Buescher. Good on the road. Driver 17, currently 17th in the running order. Saw it side by side, a change for 4th while we were away. AJ Allmendinger able to get around Kyle Larson.
Take a look at how it happened here. Down in a deep braking zone, turn 11. Look at the 16 spinning out almost into the corner. Uses the 5 to make the turn. 8 tires stick better than 4 in that case.
I think there was an elbow stuck out there as he came through.
Joey Logano coming through on the inside now as well. He slots himself on the inside line of the 24 of William Byron. In terms of the in-season challenge bracket at the moment, Reddick is beating Bowman. So there's a couple that we've got to keep an eye on that graphic. Have you chosen your in-season challenge bracket yet, Jack?
I actually have not looked at the bracket just yet. It's not. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
Why
NASCAR.
are we getting random caution light flashes? That's really weird. Quickly to it.
Take a look here. Up the hill, the 77, getting into the back bumper. Wow. Holy moly. Good night. You know, it's just a corner. You're heading up the hill, and that's just not something that you need to be doing. And, you know, turning somebody sideways in such a high-speed corner of the racetrack, I don't know, that's just probably a mistake. I don't know if the 20 may have gotten into the 77 at some point a lap before to create some frustration there, but...
Well, like most good hockey fights, you normally see the gloves come off. You don't see the 4 or 5 minutes leading up to it. You just wonder with the 20 of Bell if he can get back to the rear bumper of the 77. Was there some frustration, or did he make a mistake and kind of get checked up?
We did see a lot of cars get loose in that part of the racetrack through turn 1 in practice.
Almost been an odd weekend for that. Like, I found the balance of this track being pretty, you know, the corners at least being pretty consistent which ones you fight. But this week, turns 1, 3 to 3A, these uphill areas look lower on rear grip than what I expect.
Let's get an update. Shane Van Gisbergen settled into 3rd so far, Marty.
Just a handful of laps in as we ride on board with Shane Van Gisbergen and the HBO Max camera. And he a moment ago said, quote, "We are not good." And Steve, the diagnosis later from SVG was we are too tight in the slow corners and too free on entry pretty much everywhere else. Stephen Doran made a ton of changes, way more than they normally make at a road course this morning to this 97 car, but early reports that the 97 driver is not very happy. But how do you fix that when you have kind of both sides of the coin when it comes to handling, Steve?
Well, I think it starts with being too tight. The front tires have to track where the driver wants to go. He has a pedal to fix the rear tires. That's going to be on him. But when he turns that steering wheel, those front tires need to react. The car needs to track. That's what I would attack. Lean on that expertise, that egg under that throttle pedal. Test his talent.
They kind of did this last week, opened the race, not handling well at all, really complaining a lot about the car. and they made the adjustments necessary. He was super pleased with the race car in stage 2. So,
yeah, well, being steady with it in stage 2 is not going to be the same as what we've been having here. This track is 100% different as well. The road course we were on last week, pit road.
Before the race, he told me he really felt like they had a complete car, obviously super fast in qualifying and really good in practice as well. He said managing tires, #1 thing for Ty Gibbs. And guys, they reminded him about that even before we took the green flag. He said, play the long game. He said, let the rest of those guys burn up their tires. You be smart. And even when he was under attack by Carson Hocevar, the word over the radio was our race. Just remember to be smart.
Yeah, and Jack, I think one of the other points is that last week we were on a naval base, which was tarmac, concrete, what was it? Tarmac, concrete, sort of a high-octane substance that I can't remember it as well. It wasn't the normal road course. This is purpose-built, billiard smooth, baking under the California desert sun. We've got burnt grass everywhere. It looks like we're in the middle of a sand dune. We're racing around Tatooine, for God's sake. This is a proper racetrack.
Yeah, one that's been around for so long as well. This is a proper road course, and the best thing with road courses, in my opinion, is you just have to let the race, progress. You just have to let it. We got what, like just under 100 laps of this race.
Yeah.
Just let the race. I can't think of the word, man. I can't think of the word.
Mature.
Like, just develop.
Yeah.
Flow. Flow is the word I was thinking of. Flow. Yeah, just let it develop.
This is going to be a slow burner, as you mentioned, as we are only on lap 11, 99 laps to go, and we will end stage 1 very, very soon. If the drivers want to try and flip the stage, they'll be coming in soon as Bubba Wallace dives on the inside of the 7 of Daniel Suarez. That's the first on-track move we've seen for a while. Round the outside now is coming to 38 to try and get back on the power of Zane Smith. He's done so. So he goes up into 25th position. Bubba goes to 24th. Daniel Suarez drops down into 26th position. Let's take a replay now on the board. What are we witnessing? This is down turn 1 and 2. Kyle Larson has got back ahead of AJ Allmendinger. That looked like AJ gave him the move back there, Jack. Do you reckon he had a communication?
I have no idea. I did look back at the Bell and Hocevar incident, though.
He left it. He went through. Go on, Jack.
Yeah. It looks like Hocevar gets into the... Bell gets into the back of Hocevar at the hairpin. Yeah, there we go. We're on board with him right now. This is Bell. That was the contact.
Yeah.
I think this is Bell anyway. I'm not sure.
That was the contact into the hairpin. You were right.
There's contact into the hairpin. And then a couple of corners later, Hocevar gives a bit back and bumps him and puts him into the grass.
So that explains why Bell's dropped back a few places. Pit stop coming then. And we'll be back on TNT in a moment. Shane van Gisbergen is closing down Michael McDowell, inching closer and closer. He sweeps underneath. Whoa, and SVG's getting closer to the barrier and the tyre wall before the hairpin at turn 10. Super duper close. Oh, one of the prototype. Oh, hang on, is that the number? One of the Cadillacs is blowing up in IMSA. In the IMSA race, one of the Cadillacs is blowing up. I don't think it's El Bamba. I think it's the other one. I think it's Ryan Taylor in the 10. I'll try and keep that up to date for you as and when we go. But you can watch the IMSA race on JB Motorsports as well. As Michael McDowell, who's a very handy little road racer, defending hard against Shane van Gisbergen down at the hairpin. SVG's got so much more speed, drifts on the inside line, and SVG, just like he was at Watkins Glen, is absolutely perfection. He can slide the car, get the power down, and it's brilliant. As now we're seeing Suarez getting a little hook around with Brad Keselowski further back. 6v7, and the 6 comes out ahead. Keselowski ahead of Suarez. The 47 battling now with the 21. No, that can't be right, is it? Yeah, it is right. How on earth that's a massive drop down there for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He was moving up the field. He's gone back to 34th position, unbeknown to us. Ty Gibbs leading now to SVG by 1.174. As we come into the hairpin. And there we now see that Suarez getting passed by Josh Berry. So Suarez now down to 33rd place out of the 36 that have started today. More time being lost on the front. Let's go back to TNT.
Just over 10 laps to go, stage 1. Live in Sonoma, California on TNT. There you see the top 5. Shane Van Gisbergen now up to the 2nd spot behind Ty Gibbs, who's led every lap so far from the pole. And we have a taker on the pit lane. Daniel Suarez in. Marty Snyder.
Unscheduled for Daniel Suarez. He has a tire going down. He thinks they debated for a moment, hey, do you want us to pit or you want me to try and let this thing live? What do you want me to do? They decided to pit, so they bring him down pit road here. 11 to go. Really can't connect it from anything here, Steve, strategy-wise, but they had to get that Goodyear tire off.
Well, and the big concern in the garage area this morning was only 4 sets of sticker tires in your pits. So I had multiple crew chiefs say if you have a flat or spin out in stage 1, you are perhaps handcuffed for the rest of the day on being straightforward and not being very creative. So now we have Suarez leaving pit road, the Bleacher Report onboard camera climbing up into turn 2. As Marty says, can't connect it, meaning running long into the next stage. So just an unfortunate turn of events for the 7 as we see them march for the 19 of Chase Briscoe continues. Car looked good in practice.
Moves going on as well as Briscoe does indeed make the move up the field. There we see Briscoe coming through. More and more punctures, I'm being told, Jack, are coming through. So the drivers are being told, just be careful out there and don't do anything silly. Well, that's understandable to come into the action.
Hamlin has just got up to 6th place.
Gets ahead of Allmendinger. I feel sorry for Allmendinger to come into this. Oh, NASCAR, I'm sorry to say that you won't be here next week. You're going to be at the track. Oh, you're going to be at where are we next? Chicagoland. Oh, wonderful. No, the track Mac is not working at the moment. Hello, Sandy. Hello, Corbin. Hello, Barry. Yeah, at the moment, I've tried refreshing it, but the track map isn't working. I don't know why. It's just broken again. I suppose we can take a look at those in-season challenge markers that I was on about earlier on to you. And the timeline of the race is there. Might have to put the timeline on to give you some action. But the leaderboard, if I go to the timing screen, it doesn't work. It's having a paddy now. Yeah, there's no map. There's no cars out there. It might start working at stage 2, but at the moment, nothing. I'll have a look and see if it's working on the actual website, not the app. That might be an option to try and get it on for you. So far, so good here, Jack. I'm enjoying this race. It's not a action-packed
slow
one.
burner.
It's a slow burner, yeah.
As Sonoma races normally are.
It's always the way. No, it's not working, by the way. Sorry, everyone. The driver track is not even working on NASCAR.com. So they must have an internal problem with it. As the in-season challenge bracket opens up to keep an eye on things. So hopefully we'll get that back sorted out soon. What's this? Mid-90s on Thursday in Bristol, Tennessee. Not looking forward to that. Oh dear. My number 2 says NASCAR Go. Oh, okay. First, oh, hello, where are you? I'm not behind you. TV's running about 30 seconds ahead of behind this broadcast. Is it?
That's just YouTube delay. That's just how it is.
We're on ultra low latency.
YouTube typically, it's just the way YouTube works, really.
Use
is
times
that
2.
your stream, when you're doing a watch along, it is going to be a little bit behind. That's just how YouTube works, unfortunately.
I suggest to try and catch up to being live, you use times 2 speed. That would bring you up to live as like, I think it's like a second delay. So that might be an option for you. As Ross Chastain holding off now from William Byron over 11th position. Elliott's in 13th, Logano 14th, Priest in 15th. Logano's dropped back a lot. Started inside the top 10, drops down again. Radio?
The toe knocked that a little bit. So I just struggling grip-wise overall. I copy. It'll be hard to fix.
That's Allmendinger.
I don't know if it hurt the car or I just sucked, but it's not very good.
Allmendinger always tells it like it is, and Echo Park is partnered for the first time ever on a car wrap with AJ and the team. It's for his 500th career start here today.
So AJ Allmendinger then having a bit of a problem. That is unfortunate.
Came into this weekend with some momentum, Adam. He had his season best finish last week, San Diego. That would be a 5th place, but the car really has been a handful all weekend. You saw him run off course in practice yesterday, and since the drop of the green flag, he has not been happy. He said the car has been just really all over the place. You heard him say he believes there's some damage. He said the left front is shaking, and he does believe that toe has been knocked out. So not a good feeling for the 16, even though he is holding steady right now on the race course.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kim. Yeah, you can see it, Jack, can't you? The front end bobbling away a bit too much as SVG has caught up now to Ty Gibbs down at the hairpin as they come into the last sector. So Ty Gibbs' race lead is numbered here because the King SVG is going to make his way. It smells like petrol just coming into the gun box. Yeah, but he's going to make the move now here, Jack, isn't he? This is going to be SVG's
not necessarily.
True, but SVG's going to be on the move.
Yeah, SVG. Look how much he's gaining on Ty Gibbs. The Kiwi himself trying his best as we watch an hefty contact there. Austin Hill battling, but I think this is Tyler Reddick. And Reddick stays behind.
It's like a gas smell.
And now that has pushed Reddick into the path of Connor Zilic.
More battles.
Goes to the inside, elects to stay out of it.
Drifting out again. Do you know, Austin Hill in that car, he's in the 33, but with that livery, we've seen it so many times on road courses and a few times on ovals.
Yeah.
I just think of Kyle every time.
Yeah, it's just so weird seeing someone else behind the wheel of that zone car.
Always in our thoughts, Kyle. Always in our thoughts. Difficult season. Hopefully we'll make it a magical one for you. Corbin, you've got a girlfriend. Congratulations.
I didn't know NASCAR fans could do that. Hell, I mean, I did it, but like, I'm a unique case, clearly.
Congratulations, my friend. I hope you and her are very happy together.
Is she a NASCAR fan? Because if so, what's her favourite driver? That's my question.
How have you managed to... just one thing, though. Don't let racing be dominant in the relationship. Learn from my mistakes, then again. Then again, yeah. I mean, person I love is actually going to the British Grand Prix. So, I mean, what do I know? Meantime, Ty Gibbs under attack from Shane van Gisbergen. 0.4 of a second at the moment. Very close under braking again. Gibbs is a master defender here, Jack, isn't he? He's not just going to let SVG breeze past him. He is going to make this as hard as possible. Oh, happy birthday, Sharky, if you're next week.
Question to you, JB. How much are the tickets for the British Grand Prix this year?
I'm not sure, but from what I know, it's cost about 700 quid.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
For Keith and Nina. Yeah, so her and a dad going.
Like, it's motorsport just isn't accessible for the average person these days.
No, I mean, I think they had to, you know, she.
That's
didn't-
about like the price I had to pay like for all the stuff I got at like download. So
Ah.
I'd much rather do that.
How was download, by the way?
Absolutely incredible. I don't know. I'd say wasn't as good as last year, but very, very good. Some great bands. There, bands like Linkin Park, Limp Bizkit. Who else is there? One of my favorite, Electric Callboy, and of course Boundaries, who I'm a big fan of them.
Pit Road, Connor Zilic trying to flip the stage.
Try and flip this stage, bringing his Trackhouse Chevy down pit road. Been a little bit too free for Connor Zilic, who had a good run yesterday in the O'Reilly race, trying to get it done here in the Cup Series race today. And yes, next lap, you'll see a lot of people here on pit road, Steve.
Yeah, it's going to get busy. So once again, the 54 and the 97 could argue and pit one more lap because they would be the ones that close pit road. So no surprise here if Ty stays on the racetrack. We'll see what he does for a decision. He does. So what does everyone else do? 97 as well. So then up the road, they had 6 seconds over Larson. So now Larson, Briscoe, Hamlin will be entering the picture on the right-hand side. There you go, on the racetrack. So very popular group staying on the racetrack. They could be gambling on the leaders coming the next time. But if Gibbs stays on the racetrack, it'll shut it off. Here you go. Here's the mass group coming to pit road. No surprise.
You want points or do you want track position? And all these drivers say, give me some of that track position when I start that second stage.
Well, they had no points.
Yeah,
they said,
right.
man, we're not inside the top 10, so we're going to have to come. I mean, you look at it. It looks like caution flag pit stops. So many cars coming at once. Shannon, Ryan Blaney on pit road.
Ryan Blaney, I told you guys he won that stage 1 week ago. Fast in practice, said the back is starting to slide, so you'll see him come in here and start to work on that number 12 car. Danielle?
And Tyler Reddick is going the wrong direction. After qualifying 11th, fell to 17th. They said, you are losing in turn 2. That is our biggest loss. They're trying to get better in that section of the racetrack.
Thanks very much. So Byron, Elliott, Chastain, Allmendinger, Logano, Reddick, Cindric, Nemechek, Wallace, Busher, all coming in. Zane Smith, Austindon, and Gilliland. So everyone flipping the stage here, Jack. That's pretty much what SVG taught them to do.
Yep, and SVG going to try and flip the stage here. Osavar, I think, might be staying out from what I'm hearing.
That makes sense. Larson and Briscoe coming in. Hamlin's in. Pit road.
Marty, 97 on the pit road in front of you.
Yeah, this was that decision marker that we talked about for the 97 team. Again, outside of a chase spot coming into the race here at Sonoma, but clearly feel like they have a car that can win. Kyle Larson also on pit road, and not a word from SVG after he said, quote, early on, we are terrible, but was one of the fastest cars. The later the run went on for SVG, for fresh Goodyear tires, they'll skip the points here in stage 1 and put themselves in a position to possibly win the race later today.
So because the start-finish line is all the way around turn 11, and all you have to do is go under that orange box, that allowed second, third, fourth to jump to pit road with Gibbs staying on the racetrack. So now with about a lap and a half left, Gibbs should kind of easily go on to the stage win.
Yeah, I think Ty Gibbs might have this stage win now, Jack. It looks almost inevitable as SVG is under attack from Riley Herbst and the 43. As well, because he's on fresher tyres and cooler tyres. So you've got to get that through. But I think with 1 to go in stage 1, it's Ty Gibbs who has control.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs definitely taken a big step in his racing career this year. Getting his first career win at Bristol. Proving a lot of the doubters wrong that he is indeed a pretty much cup-level talent. I mean, he was an Xfinity Series champion, you have to remember. He was a good racer on the road courses, too. His last Xfinity win was on a road course. And it's a penalty for Austin Dillon. Too fast entering pit road. That'll be a pass-through.
Worst time as well. He'll have to serve that after the start of stage 2, won't he? Can't serve that now.
He might just go to the rear, actually.
That might be a simple option from race control. Still, Ty Gibbs going to win a stage here. His grandfather will be proud. Also, just to notice, we might be a little late today throwing the yellows and the greens because our race director is not actually here. He's all the way back in North Carolina where he's working today's race from the virtual race control, as they try and test that system. So the race director isn't even here. As Ty Gibbs holds in, up to the line. Green and checker will be out. Ty Gibbs wins stage 1 here at Sonoma Raceway for the Toyota Save Mart 350. Bell will be in second. McDowell will come home third. From Hocevar, Priest, Bowman, Van Gisbergen, Jones, Herbst and Larson, your top 10. TNT throwing immediately, Jack, and we haven't even got to a caution yet because there's still racing going on. That's a very new one.
Apparently we're going to caution, according to Toby Christie, about every 6 laps.
Oh.
They're doing it mostly side by side, like TNT, lads. Can we not throw the commercial so much? Like, I'm here to watch some racing.
Also, SVG in the line might get pipped here by Eric Jones. He just stays ahead. Now the caution comes out. TNT didn't even wait to go. They just went to our base straight away. They're not waiting before we had everyone across the line. That's bad. That's really bad. Oh, God. Bring back Prime. I know it's the same people near enough doing it, but bring back Amazon Prime. Please. IMSA going well over there.
How many hours we got left to go for IMSA?
1 hour 47. There is a chance we finish IMSA the same time we finish Cup. What's worse for me? Oh, worse than Fox, JB, yeah. Oh, NASCAR Fox moment. Yep. Tend to go at Talladega, that's all I'm going to say. God, that was annoying. I mean, we get the international feed, so we still get to see what's happening, which I suppose makes JBM the place to be for your watch-along action, because you saw and heard all the action before you went to break. Why are the cars not on the map thing? It's not working. For some reason, the map thing is not working.
Why does Austin Dillon still have a job? He has 6 Cup wins, that's how. And his grandfather owns the team. that always helps, as Lance Stroll will know.
Yeah, you can say that again with Lance Stroll. So, sadly, we are waiting for the map to work, but it is not working. The map not wanting to do map things. Go on, Jack, what have we got?
Sorry, I've got the football on. Canada just nearly scored. But, but yeah, Austin Dillon, I mean, he is also, was it 2 times? Or am I thinking, no, I'm not, I'm thinking of Ricky. Yeah, Dillon won the Nationwide Series in 2013 as well, so... I don't know, the guy's a Cup-level talent. He's on the lower end of the scale, for sure, but he is definitely a Cup-level talent. He's won, what, 6 races?
Yeah,
You don't do that by accident. I mean, that's only 1 less than Jamie McMurray.
Jamie McMurray, I think, he's on the
Very
TNT
good driver as well.
broadcast, isn't he? Is he alongside Jimmy Johnson? Right, let's head during the commercial break to TNT while the map's still not mapping, and hopefully he'll come back soon.
Stage 1 complete in the Toyota Save Mart 350. Ty Gibbs gets the win. Impressive ride for Shane Van Gisbergen and Kyle Larson, who both flipped the stage but managed to stay inside the top 10, get stage points, and they'll have some track position when we go green in stage 2. I'm curious, where is Mamba? Let's find out.
Hey guys, I'm high atop the racetrack. Look at this view. I mean, if you wanted to get some brownie points with your significant other, I say bring them to Sonoma and watch some racing. But I'm not the only one up here, guys. Over here to my left is the spotters. The main spotters are right here, so they can basically see from turn 1, they miss 3A and 3B, and then the rest of the track is theirs until down in turn 11. I was talking to Chris Lambert, who is the spotter for Denny Hamlin, earlier today. I asked him, I said, hey, was last week an anomaly, or are we going to see more out of the 11? He said Denny's gone to work in the sim. Old dog learning new tricks is going to be tough for the field. If Denny Hamlin can learn how to run some road courses now, boys, he might be hanging around for a lot longer.
Well, what a view, Mom. And I'll say spotting here becomes not just difficult for view, but you have to decide, is it driver's left, driver's right, or inside, outside? Because that could change in which direction you are basically turning. As you see now, Ty Gibbs wins that stage. Bell's second. but the penalty here will be their pit stop still required. You mentioned 23 cars flip the stage. That means we expect 23 cars to stay on the racetrack, Danielle.
Steve, Christopher Bell coming to pit road now. Car started going away with about 5 laps to go. Felt really good until then. Then he said it built loose. A nice 4-tire stop here, Marty.
Boy, Danielle, for a team that came in 34 points out of a chase spot, 8 critical stage points for Michael McDowell in the 71. Said we have great short run speed. It has to hang on longer, Shannon.
Yeah, perfect stage for Ty Gibbs, who told his crew that the car is good, just a little too tight on those right-hand turns. They know that they're going to be back there in traffic for this stage 2. They told him, just be patient. We'll get it back in stage 3.
Yeah, you said it, Shannon. The race off pit road is critical because you want to minimize the damage knowing that you're already going to be starting behind all those cars that stayed out. Ty Gibbs first on. He's the first off. He'll restart outside the top 20. The man in charge, Shane Van Gisbergen, as we get stage 2 next.
Stage 2 is coming up soon. I can't wait for this as well, Jack. I think Stage 2 is going to be quite an epic matchup. I can't see how it won't be. It's going to be quite
Do you know
a
what
fun
I
race.
will say? We're on board with Kyle Larson. I assume you saw Larson's comments about Hocevar during the week. Saying, I see this guy on stream. He behaves like an 8-year-old, honestly. And Hocevar, who qualified second today, replied today with, damn, they let an 8-year-old qualify on the front row. I love Carson.
pretty impressive
If you ever
that
want
Gibbs held
entertainment,
on
follow Carson's.
pretty
Twitter.
good.
He's
Can you
brilliant.
guys hear me?
Yeah, compared
Marty,
to
1, 2, 3, 4.
Sounds good,
We got you good.
Yep.
TNT left their mics on. Oh, this is interesting. Behind the scenes. during the break.
Suarez was dropping like a brick. He blistered a tire, they said. Oh. So they said. I don't remember them
Jesse
showing
Love's
it.
tire last?
What's that?
Jesse Love's tire from yesterday?
It was more than one, wasn't it?
I just saw one on. I knew we had a vibration,
Incredible.
but like the whole
Yeah.
center blew out of it.
Yeah, I saw photos up of that, and I feel like he showed multiple tires with different blisters.
They realised they were broadcasting that and took it off on the international feed.
I mean, they weren't wrong about Jesse Love's tyre yesterday. He posted a picture of it on his Twitter. It is if you've ever seen flat spotted, it is proper flat spotted.
Scale of 1 to 10.
Solid 9.
Oh,
let me send a photo.
sorry,
Let me send-
Tyler Reddick is having power steering issues.
I thought you were about to say power. I was like, okay, he'd be
Discuss
out.
that,
No,
and then
Power's-
Jeremy, after we discuss that, I'll say, and it's affected him in the points. You can throw the.
I wonder if they're talking about Tyler Reddick because he's down in 36th place now. The championship leader is having powering unit. He's having power steering unit issues, and he's dropped right to the back of the field. Tyler Reddick in trouble, boys.
I'll send you the thing that Jesse Love tweeted in DMs. Twitter DMs. He put that on his Twitter.
Got it here. Let's have a look, sis. Wow.
That is proper blistered, that is.
It's gone down almost the entire carcass. Let's head back to TNT then. Let's hear what they're saying on the brakes.
Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway in the Toyota Save Mart 350. Incredible first stage discharge from Shane Van Gisbergen. But we have a developing situation here with Tyler Reddick and the number 45 car, guys. His team has gone under the hood. Jimmy, what do you think it is?
Yeah, it sounds like something in the power steering. We had this issue a couple times last year. They might be able to fix it and improve it, but as this issue develops, it's just eating the internal parts out of the power steering unit.
I don't know much, but I would say that not having power steering at a road course sucks.
Yeah, regardless of what his issue is, it's going to affect him greatly in the points. We talked about him being so close, or Hamlin being so close behind him heading into this race. Denny's having a great day and doing exactly what he needs to
Having
do.
a great day. And Mo, by the way, let's take a quick look at the current point standings as they run. Denny made up 121 points over the last 5 races on Tyler Reddick. And as they run right now, we have a new points leader. Denny Hamlin is now up on Tyler Reddick by 31 points.
Wow.
Fellas, Denny Hamlin has made his way to the top of the Cup Series point standings over a 6-race run. Adam, back to you guys.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I mean, to be 31 up, who could have believed the turnaround this team has gone through? A 150-point climb.
Yeah, still a lot of race left. Have to see what happens with the Reddick car and whether they will make the repairs needed to give him the opportunity to get out there and perform. But Shannon, you got it? Danielle, you got more down there?
The 45 is trying to diagnose the issue right now, Dale. Tyler Reddick came over the radio and said, Billy, I can barely go fast. I'm trying to understand what's causing this. Billy said, we'll give you a full update when we understand the issue. Something's overflowing. We're just not sure exactly what that is.
So the power steering, it's a hydraulic system in here. There's a reservoir with a pump. It's run off a drive off the front of the engine. And we've had a couple different issues with this car. One can be the actual rack and pinion itself failing. This sounds like it's a hydraulic issue. But going off what Jimmy said right there, if the pump itself is kind of churning itself apart, it's going to be hard to fix here during the race.
Championship leader, #1 seed in-season challenge, head-to-head with Alex.
Yeah, and here we go, boys. Ready and steady as stage 2. We go green. SVG takes us into stage 2 here for the Toyota Safe Mart 350. He's got Carl Larson just alongside it through turn 1 and 2. Larson trying to go around the outside. Everyone's staying 2 by 2. Now they break off at the exit. 3 wide further back because Chase Elliott trying to make up a few places. But SVG has the lead of the race as Blaney goes side by side with Denny Hamlin. And Hamlin getting knocked out. And now through goes Byron on the inside line. Denny Hamlin, our new points leader in the NASCAR Cup Series regular season, Jack, getting mugged out here, and he's about to be mugged again on the inside line. Wow, Hamlin's attacking back, trying to get past Byron. Hasn't worked out the way he wanted it to. Good restart, but again, it's a 50-50 about what we're going to be seeing here. Hopefully the map will start working soon, but we are green for stage 2, Jack.
Apparently Gregson is complaining on the radio in the first stage as well, by the way, about the fact he is having the 51 beating on his bumper.
Oh my
apparently. God. And all I'm going to say is it's kind of your own fault if you're back with the 51.
Yeah.
Speaking of Gregson, he's been in with a little bit of drama recently, hasn't he?
What's
Did you watch the confrontation with Magnussen?
No, I missed it. What did you do? Oh, yes, I did see that. Yeah, sorry.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's like Ricky Bobby as well.
Literally.
So, yeah, it's like, get out of... Yeah. I'm surprised Kevin Magnussen didn't time to bleep my bleep. Honey.
Yeah, no. I'm just like, Kevin... My favourite part of that is Kevin Magnussen, who is Danish, by the way, saying to Gregson, contact there between Blaney and I think, and then Byron as well, and whoever we're on board with, and then whoever it is gets into the back of Byron as well. It's a little bit of contact, but yeah, apparently you got Kevin Magnussen, who is Danish, not a native English speaker, telling Gregson, an American who is a native English speaker, what, you don't understand English? Kevin won that one. Kevin won that one.
Tyler Reddick has got a power unit. Power unit. That's Formula 1.
Too much F1.
Yeah, it's been Austria today where we have power unit failures left, right, and centre. So, Tyler Reddick has a power steering issue and he had a battery issue earlier on as Hamlin goes on the inside line to get back out of Chastain. He has dropped down several positions in this last lap alone. SVG leading, Larson, Briscoe, Blaney, Byron, Zilich, Hamlin down to 7th, but Denny Hamlin at the moment is our championship leader for the first time this season. Last time he led the championship, is it a sore subject, was right before the caution fell on the last lap last season at Phoenix. Is that too soon? It feels too soon. Zilich on the move.
Yep, Nathan Troxel just put it in chat. He didn't bump you, he rubbed you, and rubbing, son, is racing.
Rubbing's
and then someone also put Noah Gragson is a pipsqueak. I can't say I disagree.
Neither can I. Quickly.
Not a fan of the guy.
Last week, Zilich led some laps at San Diego, and he told me a top 5 is what we needed at San Diego. He said, honestly, right now, Junior, what we need, complete all the laps, finish the race at Sonoma today. That'll make me happy.
He said to Junior, he called Junior, my goodness me, He's right up there, isn't he? Didn't even know Junior was on. As they come through, still looking good at the hairpin. Larson's all over the back of SVG. This is surprising the hell out of me. Is Larson actually going to go, as a gnat flies on me, I'm going to shut the box door in a minute. Is Larson going to make a competitive move here on Shane van Gisbergen, the SVG? King of the course here. Oh, this is fun.
He's a very good road racer, Larson, compared to a lot of the field. Has a couple of wins under his belt. I mean, he won at, I think, was it Kota he won at a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
When SVG and Hill decided to add their little spat.
I've got slightly distracted by a number of headsets that have been made available to me, and I'm thinking, oh, good. I'm a sucker for a microphone. As I look through.
Someone's asked how hot is it in the UK right now. Where I live, it is currently 18 degrees Celsius.
Pit road, and I've got a barometer
Guys,
here.
he does not think that he's working. It's working, I'm sorry. So the next time he comes down pit road, they're going to hand him a tool through that window so that he can evacuate that water so he does not burn up inside. Dale, Stevie, you guys can maybe talk about this a little bit, just how hot it can get inside those race cars when those cool shirts are not working.
Yeah, the cool shirt.
I've just had a look at my barometer. It's currently the coolest it's been all week. It's at 22 degrees Celsius. And in Fahrenheit, for those of you over there, that is 72 Fahrenheit. There you go. I have a water the barometer on the wall. Great action so far out here today. As the racing... Go on.
Joe just said, do you remember the Larson SVG battle in Chicago a couple of years ago? I do. That was a lot of fun to watch because I could tell SVG was just... You could just see how much better SVG was than Larson at road course racing. You could just tell how much better he was because he was essentially just making Larson do what he really wanted him to do.
By the way,
and he had fun as well.
Larson's down. Larson's really down. Oh, wow. As they come in, Hamlin finished 20th or worse in the last 4 Sonoma races. He's 8 points behind. Well, that's not true now because he's changed it. Another full-course yellow over in Ipsa. My God, they're having more drama today. SVG leading by 0.4 of a second as now Zilich moving up. There goes Chase Elliott looking for him on the inside line, and Ross Chastain. Allmendinger is in front of him. Elliott might get 2 for the price of 1 here as Chastain mucks up the hairpin, and now Bubba Wallace trying to go around the outside of Chastain. Elliott's on Allmendinger. Cracking little battles here. He's fully on the pace. I like this battle, Jack. I think we're in for an absolutely wonderful scrap here. This race, just in full, has been already good, and we're what 35 of 110 laps. Perfection, absolute perfection.
Yeah, been a lot of fun so far as we see Bubba Wallace on the inside now of Ross Chastain. I'm so used to seeing that paint scheme on the 67 rather than the 23.
Oh yeah, me too.
The Robin Hood sponsorship. There you go. That is Bubba Wallace moving into 10th position, I think that is. That's the in-season. Yeah, that's the first big tournament matchup that could change. With Reddick having mechanical issues on pit road right now, that puts him ahead of, behind Alex Bowman.
Everybody's graphic has basically been screwed up already. We tried, and it all failed.
Did you not see? Remember last year when everyone's bracket collapsed after the first round because of Ty Dillon?
Now do you know why we don't end up on... we don't start on an oval for a tournament?
Yep.
It would be hell.
Other than the Reddick one, there's nothing been that surprising, I don't think. Nemechek and Buscher are battling out right now as well.
Yeah, he's still pushing in hard. I was watching... Oh, I hope
Zane
that Chastain
and
keeps
Austin there.
Austin Cindric, sorry. Looking rather good in the number 2. If it wasn't for the stage break, we would have run caution free here. I hate this. Do we remove stage breaks? Do you know about the Larson Busch battle in Chicagoland Speedway 2018? I remember it, yeah, but I'm not familiar with it. That was before I joined the championship fully. I will educate myself live on air. I joined the championship fully in 2020. Which Bush brother was it? Oh, it's top on Twitter. Oh yes, I do remember this. Yes, I do remember this. I'm watching it now on my iPad while SVG leads Larson second. Then Briscoe and Blaney coming up. Yeah, Kurt Busch, well, I'm on board with right now, taking a look. Larson on board with now. What a battle. Quickly to... Oh, wasn't that the original wall run? Whew. It was 2018 Chicagoland. And we're going back there. How many times are we going to get through there as well?
Next week.
That's going to be fun. I'm going to like Chicagoland. Oh, there's Golden Gate Bridge. Kyle Busch leader.
Yeah, that's Chicagoland 2018 one, where Bush did his little cry thing after the checkered flag. That was brilliant. And he echoes a quote that I talk about to this day.
I know.
You don't like that kind of racing? Don't even watch.
I know too much racing. It slipped my mind, but looking at it back, I didn't know this was the year and on the track. But I do remember this battle because it was all over social media. Pit road.
It's perfect.
Far left into turn 4. Other than that, your line has been great. James Small, the crew chief on this car, Adam, was emphatic when I talked to him this morning.
Yeah, they just touched into the wall.
Both stages, because I'm here to win. If you go for points, you get buried in the field, and I don't want to race like a loser. I'm here to win.
Yeah, and then Kyle hit him round. It was the cars moment, do you remember? Chick Hicks hitting Lightning McQueen. That was, do you remember everyone said, oh, all the memes were on Twitter in the early days, wasn't it? Oh, look, it's become a reality and all that lot. And, yeah, beat your favourite driver.
I mean, I will say, the guy who weren't mad about that battle as well was Kyle Larson. Wasn't even mad about it.
No, because it was racing.
No, he was totally cool with it. He was like, that's fair game. I hit him first.
Yeah. Honest.
Bubba Wallace has gone wide.
Bubba's gone straight. Has he got any brakes or one day? We know he was complaining earlier on, but Bubba's completely missed out 3 corners and a chicane. He's just gone straight down the track. He's not boxing this time. He's managed to brake for the hairpin.
No, I think he might have just locked up.
I think so. I'd like a replay on that, please. Director from TNT. Yeah, I've just taken a look at that one again. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, if you don't like that kind of racing, do you remember the quotes that kept coming through?
Don't even watch.
Oh.
He's not wrong, is he?
No, he's
not.
He
weren't wrong.
He's really not.
He definitely wasn't wrong.
See, here in the UK, we had Sky Sports. Oh, hang on, I'm going to interrupt myself because we've got the 5 of Larson and the 19 of Briscoe battling together. Right, this is what happened to Bubba. Yeah, you're right. Look, the rear jack.
It's literally outbraked himself. Literally, that's all what happened. Literally. Oh, look, he gets loose. It's a good save, actually. Keep the car from spinning around, but yeah.
Yeah,
and he has to stop as well, because he's gone wide.
Really had to correct himself several times. But yeah, so we had Sky Sports here in the UK, and they used to have NASCAR and IndyCar, so you always used to watch it. And then they dropped it after 2012, and it went to Premier Sports, and I just never saw it again. Until 2020, when I found a Twitch stream for it and started watching the races. So I was fencing at the time, and I was I'll watch the Daytona 500. That's a good race, because during the lockdown of the pandemic, pit road.
At 2020.
He's still looking for his first win of the season. And despite that 32nd place finish at San Diego, Rudy Fugle did tell me that they're starting to hit on something. He said, we are getting closer and closer. Speaking of getting closer, Fugle and his entire crew, they made the drive up the Pacific Coast Highway from San Diego up here to Sonoma. Said it was a team bonding event for those guys. You know, they work so hard every single day, week to week, to be able to spend a little time away from the racetrack and away from the shop, just doing so great for this 24 team. Just a little bit tight right now for William Byron. Marty?
Behind Byron is Denny Hamlin. When I chatted with him this morning, I said, how's the car? He said, dude, we have legit speed. And after stage one, here was a conversation between Chris Gale and Denny Hamlin.
He was really good there the whole time. Everything looking good. Like, I don't really have any tips to give you there. Once we were not held up by traffic, you were as good as anybody. Honestly, not a whole lot of fall off either.
Steve, how many times do you tell Joe Jr., I got nothing to complain about the way you're driving, buddy? But you kind of wondered why Chris Gale made that decision, Steve, to kind of forego those stage points in stage one. Maybe it's a straight-up legit speed in the 11 that they clearly have today, and that was part of the decision.
Speed and confidence. You know, Dale.
Well, Denny Hamlin has been looking absolutely fantastic today. You can't deny he's been on it, as now he's going to get passed by Briscoe. Just to prove my point wrong, he shuts him off down into the hairpin and getting a little bit close for comfort as TNT's camera pulls right back. The direction change. Oh, hang on a minute. That's a wide moment further back for Denny Hamlin, just having to correct himself up.
Laney just behind them as well. Connor Zilich, by the way, is up into 5th place.
Let's have a look. JB, I'm not interested in F1 racing. I'm a NASCAR guy. Fine by me, Corbin, but I'm all sorts of racing. I'm definitely an F1
We cover
guy.
everything here.
I just love racing. I'm just addicted to it.
I'm the same.
Aitonetta says, I used to hate racing as I thought it was boring, but after being hounded for weeks, I watched a video about NASCAR, and from then I was hooked. My first race was full Talladega last year. Welcome. What a race battle that was in full Talladega.
I don't remember who won that race. Was it Stenhouse?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was Stenhouse. As Hocevar on the inside of his teammate, Michael McDowell. That becomes the outside, but he's clear. McDowell clear of Hocevar. The one thing that hooked me into racing, and I know it will be the same for a lot of people in the audience who are about my sort of age, was watching the movie Cars.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Cars actually... Yeah, Cars had a thing with me as well, actually, thinking about it.
Then my first ever race I watched was the 2018 Brazilian Grand Prix.
Of F1?
Yeah, when Ocon and Verstappen collided.
Yeah. That was 17, wasn't it? Was it 18?
That was 18.
Yeah. Blimey.
Then Max went on to win the race the next year on board here. Whoever's in the Trimble car, a little bit of contact between himself and Logano. He gets loose and forces Logano even more wide.
Keselowski, isn't it?
Who is the... That might be Keselowski, is it?
Oh, no, there's Keselowski. Yeah, it was Keselowski. Yes, it was. Yeah.
Former teammates, those two.
Took a second to get through. First NASCAR race for me did years ago, but proper watching when I properly became a fan. It was definitely Daytona 500 to 2020. But
2021 Daytona 500 for me.
My first commentary, I helped out on USRN at the time, now USM, as we're watching here. But I had to fill. I've come to the compost this, it's quite fun. As there's battles going on right now, as Logano's under attack from Buschert, and coming on the inside line is the 71, the 77's in there too, so is the 60 of Ryan Preece. So they're all starting to get jumbled up through the midsection. Logano's really acting as a train here as they rise over the hill, dip down into the two 90-degree rights that switch you back onto the road course. This is part of the drag strip now. Rhea getting loosey-goosey further back as well as McDowell's under attack.
Oh, Hill to the inside.
I thought Hill was going to make a move. And yeah, look at that as well now for the just ahead there, Bubba Wallace coming back into it. But yeah, as I was saying, Larson under attack from Briscoe. They bump in the hairpin. Bodywork damage surely for Larson there at a door panel. At least are going to need pulling back out with some suction cups. Briscoe goes through into second position, gets ahead of Kyle Larson. And now Ryan Blaney's right there as we are 19 of 30 in stage 2 here for the Toyota Save Mart 350. And that is Bubba Wallace getting caught up with the 34th Todd Gilliland down at the hairpin and losing half a dozen places. But it's all going off now, Jack, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Cody Ware just said on the radio that Austin Dillon, quote, has it coming. Guys, you're battling. Oh, Bubba Wallace gets bumped wide. Oh, Todd retaliates, I think.
Yep, you're bang
I think
on.
Todd got him back.
And off goes Bubba. Hey, these two will not get... Oh, and that's another one off. That's Riley Herbst. He's off in the monster
Both the
car.
2311s.
Oh, my God. 2311 who are having a horrible day right now.
And in the 91st minute, Canada have just taken the lead against South Africa.
Getting Canada. Well done.
Oh, what a goal as well, to be fair. I just thought, what a finish.
Nothing personal, but Canada must win.
I mean, it's a nice country. I really want to go there one day.
Canada's beautiful. Wouldn't mind a holiday. Bubba Wallace now is going to be feeling a little bit hard done to in the Robin Hood car. Robin Hood car now under attack. Could we say, in that case, that we had a little bit of a Sheriff of Nottingham attack? So, Austin Hill there, getting past Ty Dillon, down to turn 1. But let's have a replay with TNT.
23 gets loose in the braking zone. He's about to crash, so luckily he's able to land in the lap of the 34 car.
Yeah, the 34, though.
Not good for the 34 car.
He wasn't very happy. No, he said, listen, I know it was a mistake, but your mistake cost me, so I'm going to find you here.
And he just runs him off. Bumper off. Robin Hood got attacked by the Sheriff of Nottingham. That's what we should call Gilliland. Oh, look at Gilliland attack Riley Herbst as well.
I don't know what Riley Herbst did, but I don't know what Herbst had to do with that.
He's gone, I hate you.
I mean, Bubba, I understand.
Yeah, he's gone, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, and you can just F off as well. And just shoves them all off the track. I have never seen that. Todd Gilliland getting completely red Hulk mode. Pit road, Kim.
Away until the end of this stage, and then I'll make a determination on whether we go to the garage or not. If we do, we'll have to change the rack, and it could take a while. But right now, their lap times are decent. It is worth noting, Adam, points as they run. Tyler Reddick is 25 points behind Denny. This is the first time the entire season we have a points leader who's not named Tyler Reddick.
Thank you, Danielle. And we continue to watch the climb for the 88 of Connor Zilich, up to 4th in the running order as Larson slides back to 5th.
Yeah, a little wave out the window of thanks in that braking zone of 4, and the 88 continues to impress today.
Yeah, again, Connor Zilich, as I was talking about earlier on, started further back, has made his way through with great pace, and that Trackhouse looking strong. As I said earlier, Raul Fernandez won the MotoGP TISO Sprint on Saturday. Ayagura won the MotoGP Grand Prix today with Raul Fernandez in second. So they've won both MotoGP races, Trackhouse. They've got a 1-2 today's Grand Prix. SVG's leading for them here in NASCAR. The 2 series they compete in, chat, they could have victories in all 3 races they've done. That's incredible stuff from Trackhouse. They are going to be partying so hard at the end of tonight. Still coming on. Let's go back to TNT quickly with 8 to go. Oh, hang on. JB, my first race was 2014 Coke 0400. Oh, God, you were in front all night, Corbin.
Ooh, good choice.
Bad day. Hello. Gilliland has gone nuts, JB, says Nathan. Absolutely. Red Eye says no one cheats more than the Netherlands. In that case, is that just in terms of Max Verstappen, or is that just in terms of other way? I'm kidding about Max Verstappen. TNT just showed the Rolling Stones video ad with Cletus, Zilich, Love, and Hocevar. Oh my God! Coming into
listen to the Rolling Stones?
I think so. Yeah.
I was going to say their music's never really been my thing. I respect the fact they're still going though. Fair play.
Just been told, by the way, that... Oh, yeah, did you see the MotoGP drone got taken out by a bird yesterday?
Really?
Yeah, I sent it to you on Twitter.
long on stage 1, be able to make their way close to the top 10, and Ty Gibbs and Christopher Bell. Not the case for Michael McDowell on the restart. Got a little damage into Brad Keselowski, and the hood kind of lifted up around the louver, Steve, especially on the driver's side. They were a little bit worried about the temperatures inside the 71. McDowell said those are fine, but with only a couple of cars making progress, Steve, after they ran the entire stage 1, would that dissuade you from doing it here in stage 2 if you're thinking about it?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you don't flip stage 2, your chance to win the race drops dramatically. Basically, 75% of the time, the winner flips stage 1. It's even a higher percentage for someone who'll flip stage 2. What I would tell you, though, is if you're a car that's running 12th or 14th, you could stay out, let everybody flip the stage, and you're going to score 8 or 9 stage points, and you probably have a chance to drive back into the top 15. So we talk a lot about what's important for the guys winning the race. But I bet if you ask Christopher Bell, who's out there in 10th, or Gibbs in 8th, if you could win the second stage, that's 20 points. That's like basically winning a race, a 20-point bonus. 10 points for each stage as we see the 41 coming by the 22 of Logano.
Yeah, this is a battle for 22nd, 23rd position. Battle up front, though. The 12 of Blaney to the inside.
Yep, the 19 goes through. Blaney's trying to keep in Jack, and he's trying for second place.
Yeah, here's Blaney. Just get behind Chaser, and Connor Zilic is catching right up in that number 88 Trackhouse car.
Bob Pockcrass reporting one thing mentioned about Gilliland on radio. Gilliland is pinning next to Wallace, so they need to be mindful of anything that could impact them there. Oh dear. So the pit box of Todd Gilliland is right next to Bubba Wallace, and those two have had a ding-dong here today. Pit stops are going to be coming in quite interesting. And down on the inside.
The inside.
That's tight from Blaney. He's on the curb. And look at that. Briscoe had to do like a 3-point turn just to make it safe through the hairpin. And he's fallen behind. Ryan Blaney goes into second position as we run into the last few laps of stage 2. '92nd minute winner for Canada as they beat South Africa to reach the round of 16.
Zilic to the inside of Briscoe here.
Zilic on the attack.
Oh.
Round the outside. Oh, they're bumping door to door.
They touch.
Zilic should have this one comfortably uphill round the outside. He's got the better traction here to cut on the inside of turn 2. Just keeps his foot in it. He's got a line. Briscoe's trying to give
he's not going to get there, I don't think.
He was too slow, Jack, coming out 2.
Just not got the speed out of 2.
That's a shame. You can watch that match on USM right now. I don't know who's in commentary for that, though. Down the inside, and now he's done it. Connor Zilic makes the move on Briscoe down to the hairpin and moves up into 3rd place. Next up is Ryan Blaney. We've got 5 to go after this. Are we going to start flipping the stages in order to get ready? Hello, everybody. Me, Max Verstappen. Da 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 da.
That should be the Dutch national anthem.
It was like, I watched Ashes to Ashes the other day, and that song from in the 80s, and I was like, oh, it's Max Verstappen. The normal meaning of that song has gone out of my head. It was a party mix as well. It's Blue Mondays, and something. Kyle Larson on the back of Briscoe. 5 to go here in stage 2. Chat's going wild tonight. Hello, everyone. Guys, if you wanted to ask me something, use the @JB Motorsports, because then I can see it flashing up on the chat and I can read it. And on USN, you use @Ultimate Sports Media or USN Streams, whatever our hashtag is over there. And then I'll be able to see it and talk to you. Because I can't have to lean in to see it. Quickly check with TNT. SVG's got radio.
It's always one of the great stops on the NASCAR calendar when we come to Sonoma, wine country, Northern California. Always proud to bring you the Toyota Mart 350 on TNT. First of 5 weeks here and a good race going at Sonoma Raceway.
As we got toward the end of the stage, SVG turned up the wick a little bit, running about a second faster than Blaney in second, and almost 2 seconds faster than 4th and 5th Briscoe here and Larson. So
I think this was a tire practice run.
Yeah.
This clean fact is 22 laps. They're going to have to run longer than that on a set of tires on the next stage. I think he just managed the lead. And the crew chief said, hey, let's just see where we stack up. And he threw that number up there, and everybody realized, oh, we're really good. Yep, and that would probably settle the pit box down for the 97.
I looked up, it doesn't feel like that long ago, and the lead for Van Gisbergen was 15 seconds over 10th. He's now got a almost 10-second advantage over second place Ryan Blaney. 4 to go in the stage. Here's Michael McDowell, Marty.
Pit road open for business, Adam, for those kind of a little bit further back, like Michael McDowell, who could not get back to the top 15. He is going to flip this stage here, then bring him down, get fresh Goodyears on. He said the car just too free, and they fall off way too much at the end of the run.
Well, and because of the gap of the 97 to Blaney now at 10 seconds, I don't think Blaney and Zilich can run that extra lap. SVG will stay out because he can pit the next time around. But if we look back up the road to Blaney, Zilich, Briscoe, Larson, Hamlin, if they're going to come, now's the time. So right-hand side of your screen, pit time, Blaney and Zilich are going to stay out. Not so much for Briscoe.
Yeah, so Briscoe in, Larson, Hamlin, Byron, Elliott, they're all coming in to try and flip the stage. And you have to flip stage 2. That is mightily important because that's going to McDowell in precinct 2.
Of Briscoe running inside the top 5, Danielle.
Yeah, Chase Briscoe has been absolutely silent on the radio, but he's happy. James Small is happy with the race car. He said just focus on the exit, don't overdrive it. You see they're flipping the stage again. He said focus forward, Marty.
And, we had a little debate. Should Denny Hamlin and Chris Gale stay out and earn those stage points? They decide not to. He said the car, 0 complaints for Denny Hamlin. Chase Elliott said, my car is really good. I just need to manage the rears a little bit better. The 9 with some decent speed. And look at that little drag race there between Chase Briscoe and Kyle Larson coming off pit road.
That was fun. 19 jumps out in front of the 5 as they make their way back up to turn 2 and rejoin the race after making those scheduled green flag pit stops late stage 2.
But see, I assume the 97 pits. So now the question I have is, do Blaney and Zilich come in? Gibbs and Bell, I think we saw their strategy. They won stage 1. Look how much a head start the 97 has. He's going to come all the way around. There's going to answer your question. Blaney, Zilich come to pit road. Ty Gibbs stays on the racetrack. He will be the leader and probably have the best chance to win the stage. Marty.
You see SVG coming down pit road, so that last adjustment really helped. I need more of that, but the long run speed in the 97, just exceptional. And even though they're going to flip stage 2 here, don't be surprised if SVG gains a decent amount of stage points here as well. See his teammate Connor Zilich, who is keeping pace with SVG on the longer run. Very impressive day for Connor Zilich, Shannon.
Blaney into the pit box just as Shane Van Gisbergen pulls out. The back of this 12 car is sliding just a little bit. No further word on that cool suit, so we'll have to keep an update on that.
Yeah, SVG and the pylon has blended back in the 7th position. So as we talk about all the time, fast cars make strategy much easier for a crew chief. And the 97 of SVG has the speed. You see on the left side, last pit. So Gibbs, Bell, Allmendinger, Cindric, Chastain, Zane Smith have all chose to...
Yes, they are flipping the stage. That's what they're doing by pitting early. They are flipping the stage in order to try and maximise the start of stage 3 and be on a better pit strategy. That's why SVG's come in, and Ty Gibbs, he's prioritising stage points in the long season like he's in stage 1.
The Zane Smith, that would be a tall task in a couple laps.
Yeah,
I think the
Briscoe
97 might save tires. Sorry, Dale.
Yeah, you see Briscoe actually coming to pit road a lap earlier, able to leapfrog Blaney, and now put the pressure on the 88 for a spot as well. Zilich trying to get those tires up to 10.
Oh, and Joey Logano has been given a penalty for too fast entering into pit road. Wesley, hello. Should SVG worry about Austin Hill sneaking up, trying to wreck first him on him? Yes. I think he should, because Austin Hill has got absolutely nothing to lose, and he's going to push hard. Over the line then. This is the last lap of stage 2 for the Toyota Save Mart 350, and it's going to be Ty Gibbs on the route to causing a second stage win. 2 stages inside. Hour 15. The time is flying by. It will be 55 to go. We have passed half distance, by the way. So the race is now official. If for whatever reason it gets called, full points can now be allocated to this event. It will be a green checker coming. Don't know why yet our driver tracker hasn't been activating so far. It does this every now and then, I suppose, at Sonoma. It happened last year, actually, if you think about it. Over the line. Green and white checkered is out. Ty Gibbs wins stage 1 and stage 2 of the Toyota Save Mart 350 here at Sonoma. He sweeps the stage points. Bell second. Almerding in third, just ahead of Cindric. Then it's Chastain, Zane Smith, Shane Van Gisbergen in 7th, Zilich 8th, Briscoe 9th, and Blaney will pick up the top 10 as the caution will come out soon and we will go to the competition yellow. Jack, good stage 2, I reckon, as the caution now comes out.
Yes, solid racing throughout. Connor Zilich carving his way through the field. And another stage win for Ty Gibbs.
Not bad at all. I was meant to shut the door when I came back into the commentary box. I did not close the door. That is full on me.
Pretty certain the music video for that song was filmed at Hickory, by the way. I could very much be wrong. Yeah. It's Back in the Saddle by, is it Luke Combs the guy's name is?
I think so, off the top of my head.
Yeah, it is. A good song, actually. It's like one of the few country songs I enjoy. Music video was filmed at Tri-County, not Hickory, Tri-County. Tri-County Speedway, and there was a late model in that video driven by the one and only Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Oh yeah, talking about Junior, he's getting back in the car again soon, isn't he? He's going to do some lap attacks. I don't know if you saw that earlier on, but
is he? Nice. I know. I mean, you say that like he doesn't do like at least like 3 or 4 late model races every year, all of which I usually end up watching.
The map's working. The map is working. I knew it'd start working in stage 3. It did last year as well. Hey, thank God for that.
This is Junior Nation right here. I am happy to be part of Junior Nation, man. I can see why that guy won most popular driver so many years in a row. He seems to be a real force for good in the sport.
Now, let me know in the chat, because we haven't had it all race and the timing tower is updating per lap, would you like us to stay on the driver tracker for the entirety of stage 3, or would you like the battle screen, which is this one here? Which would you prefer to have on, or rotate between the two every now and then? But under cautions, we always use this one. Thank God for that. I was getting so annoyed at the fact that we didn't have a driver tracker. That was annoying.
I'm gonna quickly go for a second and go and grab myself a drink, but I'll be back in a little bit.
Driver tracker, rotate. Okay, so there's a few rotate, few driver tracker. Okay. Elenator says, so it seems due to the stage points, Tigers will pass last in the standings and maybe even Blaney. Looks like it would do, yeah. Either background is fine, guys. Thank you, Loza. Hello, everybody. This one, driver tracker. See the cars on the screen with the driver tracker. Switch between both. I think the general vibe is it's a 50-50. I'll switch it between both. Let's head to TNT.
I got greedy and I had Ty Dillon again. NASCAR Cup Series racing on TNT is brought to you by the Credit One Bank, NASCAR American Express Card, and by Straight Talk Wireless, an official partner of NASCAR, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Next weekend, Chicagoland Speedway. ARCA cars hit the track Friday evening, FS1, 8 Eastern Time. O'Reilly Auto Parts Series taking center stage, a 4th of July celebration, 5:30 Eastern on CW. That's Saturday. And then Sunday, Our coverage, NASCAR Nation, begins 5 o'clock Eastern on TNT, and we can say slide job together, Dale.
Oh, yeah,
Can't wait.
It's
Can't
gonna
wait
be
to see the next gen in Chicagoland.
Yeah, buckle up. Buckle up. It's going to get busy.
It is. Here they are, Danielle.
Christopher Bell's coming in after finishing second in that stage, Adam. Christopher has scored 18 stage points today. That's important because they're 12th in points. They've had a rough few weeks and a rough pit stop here. He had an opening coming out, had to back it up, and now the 20 is away, Shannon.
Yeah, Danielle, the car has just been a handful for A.J. Allmendinger making his 500 start today. Said he just can't push it as hard as everyone else, so they are going to make an air pressure adjustment. You see the 54 right there, a little bit slow. He's just a little tight, but of course a great points day for Ty Gibbs, who came in here 5th in the points and has now secured both stages.
Christopher Bell, and talk about his issues. Lost 4 spots in that exchange.
We heard issues on the 20. It looked like the left front on the left side. So watch from they leave the right side as they come around the car. Everything looks great. But watch the exchange in the front. Watch the tire carrier. He hangs the tire. Jack drops. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He bangs on the windshield. Great heads up move by the tire changer, tire carrier. They know it isn't tight. This seems bad, but remember, if this car goes on the racetrack and the tire comes off, it's a 2-lap penalty and a suspension. This right here is just a loss of spots. Watch this tire carrier. Banging on the car. That's better than radio communication. I'm just going to bang on the windshield.
And they jacked the car up to be able to secure the lug. You cannot tighten the lug with the tire on the racetrack or on the surface of pit road.
We'll reset things and go green in the final stage when we return on TNT.
Oh, sorry, I was just watching the IMSA race alongside. You are absolutely not bothering me with questions. Nobody could be bothered. I am blessed to have such an active chat room, and the whole point of JB Motorsports is fans talking with fans. So, you know, get every question you want. I'm having a look now through. I've just put my glasses back on as we're looking at the TNT studio on the international feed, so that's great. Red Eye says next week Chicago looks to be wet. They expect rain next weekend. Oh, great. So, yeah. Reddick is 5 laps down, so there's a chance. I like how Reddick. That's quite funny. Love this place. Love it too. Great reaction by the tyre hanger there, says Bob. A few more cautions. Funny how the little car dots make it more entertaining. We're silly humans, but it works. It does. It generally does, doesn't it? Little dots make it more entertaining. I'm just having a look. Love being able to see the cars move on the screen. Love the driver tracker. We're going to have the driver tracker even better in a few months as well, because JB Motorsports is going 4K. We're going to have 4K streams soon. We're going to get a new broadcast computer, which we couldn't have done without you watching, and all the YouTube ad revenue, and all our subscribers, and the super chats, and the subscriptions to the memberships as well. We couldn't do it without you. So thank you, everybody. We're going to get a new computer. We're going to do more streams. I know Adam Lemridge earlier on said about Bathurst 1000. Yes. There's all endurance races, all forms of them. Nürburgring 24 hours. Spa 24 hours on the cards for next year. Bike endurance racing on JB Bikes. Everything's coming through. Not sure what's happening with Suarez, but he has come back down pit lane. So has Tyler Reddick. Reddick's 5 laps down, but Suarez was off earlier on. He was having a little bit of... He just hasn't looked stable with the car all day, so hopefully maybe TNT will have something. But we've done half the race. There's still half the race to go. So we have 52 remaining. It's about a minute 15 per lap, which means we've got around about... Actually, around about an hour left. It's not going to be that long. There's 55 minutes left of the IMSA race, so by the time IMSA finishes, we are back to TNT though under the break.
Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway. Ty Gibbs sweeps both of the first 2 stages. The only other driver to do that here at Sonoma was Kyle Larson in 2021, and Larson went on to win that race. Great pit strategy here from SVG, Connor Zillich, Chase Briscoe, and Ryan Blaney. Each of them flipped the stage, Jamie, but each of them finish in the top 10 and earn stage points.
Yeah, if you look at these stage points for both Gibbs and Bell, I mean, 20 and 18, look, they've essentially forfeited their shot at going after SVG in this race, but they're capitalizing on having a great points day. And if you look at Gibbs, for example, 5th in points, only 1 point behind Larson ahead of him, only 50 behind Blaney, who neither of those guys are on that list, so having a great points day.
How does this change the approach, Jimmy?
It changes so much. And when I think about the issues on pit road that we saw for the 20 car, him back in the vehicle this weekend, what he's trying to chase, and the amount of effort and energy, and how kind of on the ragged edge these pit guys have to live. The fact that they stopped that car, got it back in action, I think, Christopher's going to have a great day. And then all this other points collecting that's going on is really going to shake things up.
And certainly incredible grit from Christopher Bell. And Dale, I want to pose to you, based on everything that Christopher Bell is managing with that broken wrist here at a road course, turning right and left, having to manipulate and change different pieces of the interior of that race car, how do you describe what you're seeing from him?
Well, it's been pretty impressive, honestly. And, as long as you're driving a race car, I think that all of us that have driven understand this. No matter how sick you are or injured you are, if your car's competitive, it's a distraction. It keeps you in the fight. It's when those days are long, that's when it gets really, really tough.
Here we go. Stage 3 is about to get underway. We'll stay with the driver track. Oh, it's frozen, isn't it? Oh, we've cursed it, folks. We've cursed it. It's started to freeze. Stage 3 coming to the green flag. Van Gisbergen, Zilich and Briscoe. The green flag flies and we go racing here at Sonoma, and SVG pulls out ahead of the 88. The 19 of Briscoe trying to come on the inside. The 12 of Blaney attacking turn 1, getting the front left, hooked on the curb as well. He's lost out as well to Ryan Blaney and Briscoe. And now Larson up into 5th. He's moving up. The 2x2 still. There goes our driver tracker slowly coming back into position to try and work under racing speeds. So we'll give it a moment to work as they come down through the chicane at the back half of the track. The two lefts at the top where they are now, they've all rided up together. Excellent. We can go back to that screen then as they come through the chicane, down to the braking zone, through the O'Reilly Auto Parts corner. And, there's a bit of bumping and balling further back. Everyone's made it through safely, and the action can resume. Lap 5 of 55 then as we come into this one of stage number 3. And Connor Zilich is on the back of Shane Van Gisbergen. This is what we've been waiting for. You remember how Zilich was so impressive in the O'Reilly Auto Parts last year on road courses. He was literally school-crackingly good, and Briscoe's right there pushing as well. It is the Trackhouse 1-2, like we saw in MotoGP earlier on today. Can that team get another cracking result? SVG leads the lap, Zilich second, then we get Briscoe third. Ahead of Blaney, Larson, McDowell, Hamlin, Elliott, Byron, and Hosa are the top 10. So the track has fixed itself, thank God for that. As they come through, you can see who's dropped back further on the timing monitors as they come into the braking zone. We'll stay on this screen before going to the full timings. Tell you what, at the end of every lap, we'll go to the full timing so that you can see the last lap time and the best lap time so you can make it for yourself. We've got a caution out. Caution is out. Not sure why as of yet. It's a multi-car up. It's the 21's gone round with the 4. There's a car stationary in the back stretch. And the multiple's out.
Set it, clean race, only caution.
So that's our first caution for a mess. That seems a bit of an overreaction. It is a long course here. The track is clear. And we've thrown a caution for absolutely nothing. So, me thinks that's an overreaction by race control. The caution is out after a slight mess-up.
Back into the battle.
Well, and you keep tightening cars up for restarts here in the final stage. We saw this a little bit last year. I mean, we say it so often, but when it comes to this style of racing, cautions do, in fact, breed caution.
So let's have a look. It's the 2 and the 4. Oh, it's going to be Cindric who gets into the side of the 21. So Cindric hits Berry. Berry goes around, and then everyone else is just going to concertina up behind him. That's half the field that had to avoid that melee coming out the top of the hill from turn 5. And luckily, everybody did. It is just the 21, the 4, and also involved in that, I think, was Bubba Wallace, who dropped down to 29th position. Yeah, Bubba got caught up in that. There. Busher was great on the defence, wasn't he?
Great avoidance.
So Bubba got caught up in that one again. That's the reason for the caution. There is actually debris on the track, Jack.
Yeah.
That I accept. That's fair enough. Caution's out here. Lap 60. Well, we are waiting now for our second attempt at starting stage 3. This is where... Oh, Emma Raducanu has withdrawn from Wimbledon. I know that doesn't mean
Yeah,
much
that's
to you NASCAR fans.
that was expected.
But for those watching on JB...
Breast fracture.
Yeah. For those of you watching on JB Sports and on the Ultimate Sports Media, we are both covering Wimbledon this year. That is unfortunate that she is out of competition.
Is Jack Draper and Cam Norrie, are they both in it?
I think so, yeah. I've seen them on the entry list. I have seen them on the entry list.
I don't know. I know Alcaraz wasn't in the French Open.
I think Carlos Alcaraz is
I
going to be
assume
in this
he'll-
one, yeah. After he completed...
I assume he'll be on there.
Yeah, winner of the Australian Open, of course, and he has done the... he's done a Grand Slam, hasn't he? He's won all major for tennis.
Yep.
Australian, Roland Garros, Wimbledon, and US Open.
Yeah. I think there's that 1 on clay, 1 on grass, and 2 on hard courts, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, no, you're bang on there.
And man, I just want to say I like grass courts so much more than the other 2.
JB Sports.
So much better.
JB Sports, link in the description. That's the place to be for the action for Wimbledon. Ellen Nadello, is this good or bad for people that flip the stage? This is fine because it was only 1 lap behind. It was only half a lap of green flag before the caution came back out. It's well, how long was it? Was it a lap and a half actually, or was it that lap? 2 laps of green. Okay. It doesn't do that much difference. No one is going to pit, I think. Oh, actually, I stand corrected. That's Austin Hill coming down pit road. It should be fine. What do you think, Jack? Should be fine? Nathan says grass court is better than clay.
Be all right.
Yeah. Looking forward to Wimbledon tomorrow. I'm commentating 1 match per day. Not over the weekend, though, the British Grand Prix. There's too much on. So I disappear Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But I'm on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and all that lot. Right, back to TNT. It was Cindric, Corbin, it was Cindric who hit the 21 of Berry.
Go to Say Mart 350. Final stage underway in the broadcast booth with the Hall of Famer Dale Earnhardt Jr., Steve Letarte. I'm Adam Alexander. And we had some interesting things happening turn 7 on the restart.
Well, we talked about Bell with that injured left wrist. Great track position earlier to score points, but right here, a stack up, a shot. That shot in the front bumper, not as concerning. Right on board, though. Check this out. I mean, that's a much harder contact than looks like from outside the car. Those don't concern me as much as if that happens door to door, Danielle, and you hit those front tires. I just get worried that the wheel could be jerked within his hands and perhaps injure or at least hurt that left wrist.
Adam Stevens told me this morning, Steve, that he's only halfway through his recovery. It was 3 weeks ago. The doctors say it's another 3 weeks until that wrist is 100%. Bell just came on the radio after that slow pit stop. It was 17 and a half seconds.
Frozen.
And he said, guys, no matter what, I know we're back in 25th, but we scored 18 stage points today. We desperately needed those. Guys, they're 12th in points. They've had 3 straight finishes of 26th or worse. They're trying to salvage something here today.
Tracker's broken again. Hopefully we'll get it back soon. Tyler Reddick is the free pass. Insert shocked face. Imps is getting good, by the way, in the final 45 minutes of action.
Yeah, I forgot to get my stream up for that. Let me have a watch of this. I know there's been some big crashes, though.
There have been some massive crashes.
Glenn, though.
Oh, hang on. There go the dots flying around. It's like the signal's being interfered with.
We are choosing.
There we go. Yeah, it's like the signal's being interfered with on the driver tracker side, and every now and then it just goes boom. Good morning.
For those that enjoy road course racing, highly recommend you watch IMSA. It's great. It's around some of the best tracks in all of America.
When we get to Road America, we'll have cameras on screen as well. another Cadillac brake fire today. The FIA now stepped in to say that they must change the coolant brakes before too long. Pace car coming in again. Shane van Gisbergen will lead Connor Zilic. We are coming to the restart once again here as we go green here at Sonoma. Stage 3 is underway. Briscoe pushing the back of SVG as he comes up towards the line. He'll cover off Connor Zilic. Briscoe in P2 over the line. And Larson side by side with Ryan Blaney, who this time doesn't hook the curb. Coming through turn 2. Zilic this time, though, very nice, just dropping back. Briscoe going through, and it's going to be SVG controlling the field. Nice restart there, Jack. I'm watching Denny Hamlin as well. He's moving up a couple of places on the inside there, just blocking off from Byron, and they've all got through safely now down to the braking zone this time by. And
yeah, in the braking zone, we all seem to be all good. Chase Elliott went way wide there.
Oh.
He's losing spots pretty quickly there. And lots of contact into the corner.
That's Hamlin! Hamlin's
and around goes Denny Hamlin.
Everyone just about misses him. Yes, Denny Hamlin is sent to the back, and our championship leader is championship leader no more. So that now puts Lucky side by side with Tyler Reddick now. Reddick's 4 laps down. Hamlin's on the back of him. Wow.
I expected our championship leaders to battle today, but not in that sense.
They battle for the back. So Tyler Reddick now returns to the lead of the championship points. That is a surprise. There was 31 ahead, so I wonder if that stays. We need to get the live points up as we go. And that's Gilliland round.
Oh, Gilliland.
That's at the hairpin. He's done a 360 and keeps on going. We've got our driver tracker back.
Got a little bit of damage to the right rear too.
And the front right as well, Jack. So, yeah, front right has got damage. That's interesting.
So let's have a look.
Go on, talk us through it.
Hamlin, I don't see who taps him around, to be honest. I'd need a better angle than that. Great work on everyone for avoiding him. It is...
Hocevar. It's Carson Hocevar.
I think it might be Hocevar.
Carson Hocevar spins him around. Well, I
Who
said
himself,
watch out
I think,
for him.
had someone else on his inside.
Oh, we're 3 wide further back as well. Let's have a look. I'm looking Hocevar. Hocevar taps him. Yeah.
Hocevar himself has someone else on his inside too.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
With Elliott here.
Hocevar strikes again. Hocevar every week. That's what the YouTube chat's saying right now.
Yeah, I think he might have someone on the inside of him, so he might be all right there. I want to know what happened to Todd Gilliland, though.
Me too. Gilliland just sort of dropped it on his, what looks like he's on his own. We've stayed green, by the way, so no caution will come out.
You know who that does help, by the way? Do you know who that does help? Ty Dillon in the in-season challenge.
Oh, yeah. How's the bracket looking after this one? We thought it was bad last year. It's getting worse today, isn't it? So, right now, Alex Bowman is winning ahead of Tyler Reddick. Keselowski winning ahead of Cindric. Suarez ahead of Gilliland. Hocevar ahead of Smith. Briscoe ahead of Allmendinger. Gibbs ahead of Dillon, as you mentioned. McDowell ahead of Wallace. Elliott ahead of Gregson. Dillon ahead of Hamlin. Logano ahead of Jones.
All around. We got one around at the back.
That's Elliott. Elliott does a 360 and continues on and drops down a handful of places.
Really weird place to spin out there.
I wonder if he was heading towards the wall. Oh, we got another one round, the 42.
Oh, another one.
And he's looped in again.
Nemechek, oh, God. Oh, no one hit him. Nemechek on the exit of 4.
Yeah, how did that go for a second time? So that's 2 spins separately now coming. I wonder if the rear tyres are starting to come through. No sign of the caution light going on. We stay green here. Reddick, SVG's now under attack from Briscoe. And Zilic on the back now. Well, suddenly stage 3 has gone, yeah, by the way, we're now going to flip this on its head. What a crazy race. Let's have a look at that again then, Jack. From the hairpin. Oh, he got... Was that...
Did he get help from Cindric, was it? Or did he just lose it on his own?
Listen.
Here we go. Have a listen.
Oh, I think he actually climbed up on top of the curb there.
Climbed the curb.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That didn't look like... That looked like he lost it on his own. It didn't sound like he got hit.
And that's the only explanation for that part of the track.
To the inside of Briscoe. He hits him.
Yep, love tap coming in as well. He doesn't get through. Briscoe stays ahead. Zilic trying to give him as much opportunity as he possibly can. Blaney's just letting this all play out now at the front of the field. This is what we like about it. Oh, the driver track is frozen again. Let's go back to the screen while it catches up. It's slowly catching up. It's about half a lap behind. As they come into it once more. Must be the mountain.
I think the Nemechek spin was on his own as well, it looked like.
Oh, that's going to be tight into the hairpin. Keep it in, boys. Keep it in. Have we got lap traffic ahead of the field there? No, we don't, I don't think. No, driver track is just trying to catch up with itself. There we go. Working now. So there's the last lap for everybody coming over the line. See, they're all running about the 1 minute 17s at the moment. Round about what we were expecting. 43 laps to go, so it looks like IMSA might end first. That's a shame. As we go back to the battle screen. This race, though, Jack, has been really good. Look at Chase Briscoe. Finished second at Sonoma last year. Now he's on course for another little attack through the field. Expect scuffles on pit road later on in the race. Yeah, I'm hoping we do get some fights. I was promised a fight. I haven't had one in the broadcast. TV pictures go a bit wonky there.
Speaking of fight,
what have you got?
Apparently, according to Stephen Taranto, the Todd Gilliland spin was... Todd Gilliland's spin in turn 11 was a payback from Riley Herbst. You might remember earlier he pushed Herbst off the track. Herbst got him back into turn 11 and spun him out.
Gibbs now on the inside line, getting ahead of the 10 of Ty Dillon. So they are swapping back.
Did not grow up racing on road courses. In fact, he told me the first time he ever did it was in 2019, Road Atlanta in the Trans Am Series. Before that, only laps on iRacing on this type of race course, but it's something he's always been good at. Of course, you mentioned earlier in the race, won his very first race on a road course in the O'Reilly Series. His crew chief, Tyler Allen, told me he studies, he's got great pace, and his team absolutely loves having them drive his car at this kind of racetrack.
Can I say that again? It's a racing dream here at the circuit. We have all three wide in IMSA right now. Just looked on the other screen up here in the box. That's good. That's quite something. Oh my God. Prototypes at Watkins Glen just work better, don't they? It really is quite fun watching that. So the action is brewing big time here in the NASCAR Cup Series at Sonoma. We're getting spins left, right and centre. Stage 3 being very dramatic. (14:55) in the third and final stage. It's stage 3 feels longer, Jack. It's not just my imagination, does it? This is already feeling longer because of that of the yellow.
Yeah. We've had a few paybacks this race. We've had Gilliland on what's his name, Bubba, and then he decided to shove Herbst off for some reason.
That was
and Herbst got his own back. So at least we resolved what happened with Gilliland there, because we didn't get shown a replay on the broadcast. Zilic still right on the back of Briscoe. I think Zilic I think he might have locked up a bit there, Zilic, heading into turn. I think that's turn 4.
This map is hallucinogenic as Briscoe goes on the inside line of the 47. Okay, well, while it's working out,
on the inside.
Let's run through the order, actually. SVG from Briscoe, Zilic, Blaney, Larson, your top 5. Reddick needs 4 more cautions to get back on the lead lap with 40 laps remaining. It's on the realms of possibility, Jack, that it could happen.
Someone said Gilliland just became Darth Vader all of a sudden.
No, that's impossible.
Yeah. I mean, as a guy who delivered a payback earlier in the race, I don't think Gilliland can really afford to be too mad at Riley.
Have you heard Bubba Wallace's Darth Vader impression, by the way?
No.
Oh, he did it in a press conference once. I was watching on the media centre. It's so good. He can really do a James
He plays
Earl
drums
Jones
as well,
voice.
by the way.
It's incredible.
Bubba, he plays drums.
Yeah.
He can play drums, and I think he can play piano too.
Yeah, he definitely does play drums.
He's a talented guy.
Yeah, well, he does play.
And then and he's also best mates with Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, he does play drums. You're right there. He uses other cars as drums.
No, yeah, because if anybody, again, somebody try and find the video for me. There's a video of him and like, Ryan Blaney playing like, I want to say it was a song by Job for a Cowboy, who are like a death metal type band, and Blaney's doing like these like death growls. It's so sick.
I wouldn't expect that from Ryan Blaney, would you?
No, but they're like both like big metal fans.
God, get Crofty in them.
Surprises me.
17 of 55. As we now watch at the moment, that's Byron in 7th position with Ryan Preece just behind him in the 60 car. Getting close to our next phase of pit stops, by the way, for those who flipped the stage.
Lost a little bit of braking performance. So he settles back here. It should return to the car once you get a little gap and get them brakes kind of cooled off.
I agree here with what Cookie's saying about I played. And Nathan says, sorry, it's Nathan. I played drums. It's a hard instrument to play. Full respect, because the hand-eye coordination and rhythm, that's incredible. I'm sure. I don't know. People look at me when I do the comment box as a one-man band situation, but that is really impressive to get that sorted out. To do a drum solo. Especially as you've got different things. I don't know. I couldn't do it. Your brain is definitely wired differently, isn't it? It's fantastic. The human ability. Right now, 18 of 55. There is 38 laps to go in this race. Byron holding off now with Ryan Preece. And Preece looks like he's going to have a little look here for 7th position to try and jump him. That's going to be the way to go about it. Let's check in with TNT.
Looks like that 24 car using up the rear tires a little bit over turn 3 there into 4. Preece ready to strike in the braking zone.
Preece going for it, and he's through. He was going to attack, and he has attacked. So Ryan Preece gets out ahead of William Byron.
Talk about the long run. Gibbs getting the stage points, winning those stages today, and boy, he's right back in the hunt in the top 10, 9th.
Yeah, you look at what Preece did last week. He scored more points than anyone at 45 points at San Diego with those first and second in the stages, as you mentioned. The 54 of Ty Gibbs trying to kind of replicate that as he closes in on this duo. This 54 car, we have a lot of racing left. 38 laps to go in a pit stop. I think this 54 car is going to be a player before this is over.
So fast, comparable to the speed of everyone else. I don't know how to handicap him against SVG because the 54 is in traffic, making a lot of passes that are taking some lap time away, but
he's just all over me. I don't know how he's going faster.
That's the 24 of Byron, and I agree. I mean, that's the way you feel as a driver behind the wheel when everybody in the mirror keeps getting closer and closer. You feel like you're under pressure, losing positions to cars on the same tires as you. You had a great car in practice, a great car in stage 1, and now you're struggling as the track continues to change.
17 laps on most of these leaders' tires, 17 green flag laps, 37 to go in the race. I think we're going to run maybe 10 or 12 more laps before we start to see a wave of pit stops. SVG, the guy all the way out front by nearly 2 seconds, he'll be the most patient. I think he thinks there's no reason for me to do anything crazy and get myself behind on tires. So he won't want to be the last to pit road, but I don't feel that there's any urgency to be the first to pit road either.
No, I think you're just going to wait your turn, aren't you, Jack, as well? Just let it all play out and see what's going to happen next. Because will we say caution for the first race? No. We will have another caution, I feel. Probably someone on cold tyres, putting it on a pressure and just losing out a bit.
pit strategy with a 97 bunch. So thinking about 10 laps or so for SVG. Let's also go back to the last restart for Shane Van Gisbergen and his teammate Connor Zillich. That was not team order, just a bad restart by Zillich. But Junior, can I borrow your driver thesaurus real quick? They were given SVG times of everybody else behind him. He said, keep that information coming. I will, quote, drive off of that. What does that mean when SVG says, I'll drive off of the lap times everybody else is turning?
He's just controlling the gap. That's all he's doing. He knows that he needs to save as much rear tire and drive and comfort in this car as possible. So he's only going to run fast enough to stay in the lead and be comfortable in the lead. Now, when they need to come to pit road, maybe they tell him a few laps ahead of time, Steve, okay, drop the hammer. Give me 4 or 5 hard laps. Let's get this gap, lengthen this gap here before you come to pit road. You got X amount of tire laps to use up whatever you saved on the tire.
It's a video game for SVG. He has his lap time on his dash, so he's just probably running that target lap time, kind of like bracket racing. Danielle, Chase Briscoe in the 19, though, is very impressive.
Well, his crew chief, James Small, agrees with you, Steve. He said, good pace here. You are matching the times of SVG. Really good work, mate. I like your style in turn 4.
I like that. Really good work, mate. That was the Danielle. Danielle, that was really nice.
That was true radio translation right there.
That was an exact quote from James Small. Can you imagine if James Small and SVG worked together? What sort of radio transcription we would get? It would be unbelievable. I'd have to call Lee Diffie to translate.
It would be quite enjoyable.
My Australian accent is not good. I wasn't.
I like Danielle. So now, you know, you ask yourself, look, SVG's obviously the dominant car. He's led 44 laps today. I will tell you, I want Ty Gibbs to get closer, right? He led 31. I think he's one of the best cars moving through traffic. But you still have to execute. Coming down pit road, there's a lot of ways to lose a race. I have 1,000 notebooks at home that can tell you how to give one of these things away. And if you're one of these other drivers, I think you have to remind yourself what happened last week, Dale, right? I think a lot of drivers went to San Diego thinking about running second. They didn't even think about winning the race. Everyone was ready to just give Shane the trophy. He didn't really do anything wrong but get caught up in a wreck. And just like that, you could hear the fresh air go across the garage area. If I'm a crew chief on pit road, I'm reminding my driver, you know, we still have a chance. There are 34 laps to go in this race.
Well, in talking to Tyler Allen, Ty Gibbs' crew chief in the garage this morning, they believe that he's the one. I mean, we've talked so much. Shannon's done the reports. I mentioned his early success in his O'Reilly days, and he has delivered at the Cup level as well, having a good afternoon. Just a loss of track position here. And as you said, it would be interesting to see him up there in the game.
I think he's done brilliantly, don't you, Jack, as well, off the top of my head. But the battle's still brewing. SVG to Briscoe is 1.8, and now here comes Ty Gibbs back on the inside line to get ahead of Ryan Preece down at the hairpin. That now puts him back up into 7th position as he comes through in the backstretch. The driver tracker now fully working, which is good news. We'll flip back to the other season lap time improvement shortly. But at the moment, Jack, all eyes to the end of this race because our pit stop window is nearly open as well for the only stop we're making this stage.
Yeah, see what we can do with this pit strategy. I think pit strategy is going to be so crucial towards the end of this race.
You've got to save your fuel, haven't you? So having a quick look at the tyre data information, by the way, on the compare. SVG and Briscoe, best again, they're sort of matching each other. Last lap speed for Shane Van Gisbergen, 92.981 mile per hour. Chase Briscoe, 92.9 mile per hour. So they're matching each other quite well on the compare screen. SVG slightly ahead on speed in the long run forms. So they're getting there. They're getting there. Lap 66 was the last time anything happened. Chase Elliott spinning from 15th in turn 6. John Hunt Nemechek spins turn 7. From 25th, both continue. Cody Ware also spun turn 11. 3 spins in 1 lap was when we restarted after the caution beforehand. 32 laps to go. That's 32 minutes plus. I think we've got another about 45 minutes to go, I would say, to add on to this race. Which means you've got to start thinking about pitting at the halfway stage of this stage. It's flat out of the finish now, and here we go. Tyler Reddick's coming in. He's 4 laps down, so he's already working off of kilter, trying to get some lap time back and some information back. But I'm expecting to see the likes of Gibbs, Priest, Byron in the next few moments. As Bowman attacks on the inside of Byron for 9th place. Christopher Bell's trying to come into this a little melee too. So there is some traction. More pit roads coming. Let's go to TNT. Oh, SVG's going to pit around lap 84 to 85.
Back here in Sonoma, we do our Xfinity fastest lap.
Just quickly, hello to Chris over on the USN stream. Hello, my friend.
A 1:16.40. Toyota Racing onboard camera with Reddick, who's 4 laps down and had lost the championship lead until Hamlin had that contact turn 7, went for a ride. Marty reporting during commercial the splitter damage there has got him frustrated, and they're not making up any ground. Hamlin is 34th and now 6 points behind when you look at points as they run. Let's go down to Danielle.
Yeah, Adam, I just spoke with Tyler Reddick's team, and they said that Billy Scott told the spotter, don't even give Tyler lap times, just let him go out there and run. As you mentioned, 4 laps down, just trying to salvage the day after a power steering issue earlier in the race. He is holding on to the points lead as they run 5 points ahead of Denny Hamlin. Marty.
Danielle, 31 to go here at Sonoma. Chase Elliott pitting for what should be the final time for the Hendrick Motorsports car. After that spin, Alan Gustafson, Steve, told Chase, we're going to flip our strategy here, pit on the early side of the window. I expect the leaders to be about 5 or 6 more laps before they come to pit road.
Okay, so what is...
Exactly as I was thinking, those in the midfield can box now, come into the pit lane, change tyres, get some more fuel, go to the end and try and overcut those ahead, as we're now seeing Bowman and Cindric in as well. Ellen, it's a pleasure as always to do these streams. NASCAR is one of our best series on JB Motorsports, and I love every single second of it as well. So we're always happy to do them. We will always have a NASCAR race with our own commentary, with it from JBM or USM as well out there. More action coming through pit road.
Here for Alex Bowman and the 48. Came in 15th, trying to have a decent day here. Talked to Alex earlier. Looks like, little contact there coming out possibly, guys.
Scheduled green flag pit stops here. Could be the final stops of the day. Certainly can get home from here. A caution late could change things. Let's go down to Marty.
I tell you, Adam, it was a pretty decent day for Joey Logano pace-wise, in the top 15 until that spin a moment ago. So Paul Wolfe opting for the same thing Alan Gustafson did just a moment ago, to pit here on the early side of the window for what should be the final stops at Sonoma.
And much like you said, Dale, SVG's last 2 laps out of the 97, the fastest we have seen. I think he has been given the go-ahead to try to stretch those legs a little bit before we come to pit road.
Saw it late in stage 2. It's like you snap the fingers and there he goes.
Yeah, the last lap.
Good laps the last few.
There you go. There you the last couple laps have been awesome.
The interesting thing will be if the 19 or the 88 try to come a lap before the 97 and get in front of them.
Ryan Preece is in. Here he comes, Shannon.
Yeah, guys, Ryan Preece coming down pit road right now. He knew that the in-season challenge would be a matchup because of Shane Van Gisbergen. He really has had some fun with it this week, just on social media and between the two of them. But you see him going to work right now on that car. AJ Allmendinger also on pit road right now. We talked about the struggles that he's had all race long, not only with the handling of the car, but there was some miscommunication before stage 2. The team forgot to tell him when he was coming to the choose zone, so he found himself all the way back in 20th. 4 tires and fuel for AJ. Needs to free that car up a little bit and drop some air pressure.
Well, when we talk about the in-season challenge, this is one of the first-round matchups I was excited about. A.J. Allmendinger and Chase Briscoe. The Dinger pits. Briscoe coming now, and he's bringing third-place Connor Zilic with him.
Be interested to see who can beat who off pit road here. This is a valuable piece of real estate to be in second place.
Here we go again.
Danielle.
Chase Briscoe in for service here. James Small likes his pace. Overall says the balance is good. Pit stop here. It'll be 4 tires down and away, Marty.
Career day for Connor Zilic so far. Can he bring it home, maybe with a win? Oh, a slow stop there for the 88. That's going to cost him just a little bit. Said he was too tight in the right-hander. So we'll see how much track position you want it to happen under green, not under caution, don't you, Steve, for the 88. And Michael McDowell much better on the longer run for that 71, taking his service here with 28 to go as well.
Slow on the pit road, but that's okay. That's fine. It's not under the caution where it matters most. With everyone down there, you'll lose a ton of positions. If you want a slow stop, make it under the green. Van Gisbergen leading by 6.4 seconds. Blaney second place. Now, 84 to 85 is when SVG is planning to come into the pit lane. That's what Bob Pockcrass has told us. So if anybody wants to outsmart... Oh, he's coming in. Is he coming in now? He is. So he's coming in 2 laps early. So maybe what I was about to say has happened about the changeover coming in. So the pit stop's now happening. Right, the driver tracker's failed again. Right, back to the battle screen we go. There's the full lap time showing everybody as they come into it. Into the pit lane has come SVG. Ryan Blaney now leads. Larson in second. As we're watching right now, the 19 on the attack. So, Jack, can anybody beat SVG?
Here, he's done his job. Now it's up to the pit crew. Said he was struggling with the fronts and the rears, and he felt like the last set of tires were the worst of the day. Hopefully they get a better one on here. We'll see where he cycles out now.
He's at the yellow line.
Exiting the pit lane.
Here comes the 19 of Briscoe. SVG's out and ahead. Shane Van Gisbergen retains the net lead of this race. So that is a very good thing. So no, is the question. Nobody's going to outsmart him on that front. He's got out ahead massively. Blaney, Larson, Gibbs, Bell, Byron, Hocevar, Chastain have yet to stop in this race. But SVG gets out ahead of the 19. So he's way ahead of Briscoe and Zilic, who's just behind. Larson now under attack. Larson's passed Blaney. Kyle Larson's going to lead this race. He's made the overtake. We've missed it on TNT. So we have got the an excellent one. Christopher, I call it the scoreboard. You guys call it the battle screen. What? It's a term that we came up with. Basically, when we started JB Motorsports, we used to have only one camera, one screen where we had timings of the camera. But we needed a camera screen so that people could get up out of chairs easily and leave the commentary box. So we created a battle screen, which is just the timings of the driver tracker, and it's all stayed across all the series we have. So we call it the battle screen, which is every bit of information possible thrown onto the monitor for you to watch at home. It's cute, isn't it? I think NASCAR is the best battle screen we have. There's so much information on that screen you can watch. So, as it comes into it, Larson, Blaney, Gibbs, top 3, but still yet to stop. Pit road.
He's now second behind.
Here it is. This is Larson getting ahead. Oh, Blaney got wide coming out of the turn 11, and that just allowed Larson to slip through on the inside. Brilliant.
I like this mostly for Gibbs because of the speed they have in the car. If they stay out on the racetrack, come to pit road, caution comes out, they get a tire advantage once we gather the field back up. He's got maybe arguably the best car here. Danielle.
Christopher Bell coming in for his scheduled stop here, guys. 4 tires. Bell seems very happy with the race car. Pretty quiet on the radio. Adam Stevens happy as well.
Starting to see these drivers inside the top 10 give up position, come down, get their scheduled green flag stop.
What a drive by Bell with that injured left wrist. Let's go back to Gibbs. The other thing I love about the strategy with Gibbs, to your point, Dale, it's Larson and Blaney that he's running in those chase standings. So they're right on the racetrack around him. So I think that helps the 54 think confidence in what they're doing. The 11 of Hamlin on pit road, Marty.
Yeah, Denny was very vocal on the radio after that spin on the track, said they have some splitter damage. Car has just really not been the same for Denny Hamlin since that moment, but they had incredible speed up to that point. Hamlin pitting for the final time here with 25 to go.
See where he...
Jack, we're now finally seeing everybody's final strategies come into play. And you can't really beat the fact that Shane van Gisbergen, once again, is dominating the proceedings, as in now comes Larson and Gibbs. So they pit on now 86 laps.
Yeah, Larson just coming into the pit lane here.
Daniel's part of the pit stops here,
smooth
too.
stop?
The crew chief comes
down. So. Yes.
Yes.
Right, let's have...
Smooth stop from Larson. Does he come out in front of SVG, though?
Mics have gone down in the TNT
Ty Gibbs going to get his stop.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs coming in.
In front of you, Shannon.
Yeah, taking a look at that 54. No mistakes was the word over the radio as Ty Gibbs pulls that 54 into the pit box. Just a little bit tight, guys, but he said leave it alone because he was back in that traffic. We've also got Ryan Blaney, who's down here on pit road. His crew chief told me that the key was to get out of the regular season third in points. You talked about him racing around the guys that he is racing for that. They want to average 30 points per race, and he has been running in the top 3 pretty much all day.
He has been running in the top 3 all day. It's been a smooth sailing race for Ty Gibbs. Really impressive throughout today. 1-2 stages. Byron's been running strong. So obviously you can add in Chase Briscoe. This entire strategy today has been that of consistency, which, Jack, is exactly what you mentioned at the back of stage 1. Let the race flow.
Indeed. How road courses should work. They generally just flow quite nicely. Let the race develop.
Right, Byron in now. Let's go down pit road.
As we see the 24 coming down pit road, the 97 heading into turn 11.
Have we got
William
pit road?
Byron heading your way, Shannon.
Shannon.
Yeah, he's a guy who definitely knows how to get it done on the road courses, having wins under his belt in the Cup Series. Guys, he has been pretty good in this race. He just said that the car was not turning a little bit too tight, but he said once it got going, it was very good. The 24 is down and away.
Very good. Very good access now. The race is getting extremely entertaining now. You don't want to leave the room.
Got a couple more cars still yet to come to pit road. But SVG's clearly in front over Briscoe. Chastain still with the lead. You see Van Gisbergen off in the distance there.
Trackhouse has been 1-2 on several occasions today. Multiple different combinations up there. Yeah, Shane Van Gisbergen, Connor Zilic. And now it's Chastain in front of SVG. But as Dale said, the one going to have to make a pit stop. And as you look at our pylon, there he goes now. Anybody that's pitted in the 80s, good to go. Anybody in the 50s or 60s still going to make one more pit stop.
And I will tell you, the 19 of Briscoe has outrun SVG by almost a half a second the last 2 laps. There's SVG right there, and you're going to see the 19 only 25, 30 car lengths behind.
But the question is you know, SVG
Chastain
continuing
pits.
to control that gap.
Let's cover the Chastain pit stop, Shannon.
Yeah, Ross Chastain, he put together a really solid finish last week at San Diego on 7. Said the handling is just a little bit off on this number 1 car, but he has had a pretty solid day so far in number 1.
You referenced last
Larson's in 5th position, according to my monitor. Busher, who's down there as well. We haven't seen the timing rod to change up completely at the moment with 22 laps to go. SVG has got a 1.6 second lead over Briscoe. Then it's Zilic, 4.8, now 4.7 seconds behind at the moment. So Briscoe might close up here to SVG. What we need now is we've got the final green flags in. If we get a caution, that will liven things up. Tension through the roof. This entire race is just something else, isn't it? It's been a very good run here at Sonoma. 22 to go, so that's 22 minutes, 21 to go now, so 22 minutes. About half an hour. Yeah, around about half an hour. More cars coming down pit road. So that's Josh Berry and Chris Buescher now taking in some positions. So Larson is P4 now, not P8, which is good news. I think the timing tower had updated itself fully to where it needed to be. Can't handle the signals around the circuit. Thank God we're back on an oval next week. It'll be a bit easier to read the driver tracker. Berry, all 4 tyres changed. A lot of fuel going into that car to make it another 20-odd laps. Just going for points today, isn't he? Not for a race win. But critically, he's lost out on a position in the pits as well because Josh Berry's coming in, apparently according to the time monitor. There's the... Is it me, Jack, or is this the front of Austin Cindric's car looking a little bit like a classic NASCAR from the 1970s? The rear bumper's loose, so it's looking long. The front bumper's loose.
Yeah, a little bit.
It looks like a Cadillac, doesn't it? It's quite cool. Oh, I want to watch that Top Gear episode.
But maybe
now.
way more reliable than the ones earlier.
Oh, way more reliable than the ones earlier on, for sure. Float like a Cadillac, sting like a Beamer. Still got the lead of the race so far for SVG. There's Connor Zilic up in 3rd place. Started this race down in 17th, can we point out. This has been a remarkable drive from him, the Trackhouse squad. If he gets through on Briscoe, Trackhouse will have a 1-2 again. They had one earlier on in MotoGP, you see. Sliding through the chicanes. Let's check in with TNT.
20 laps to go for Sonoma, California. Let's do our Credit One Bank ones to watch. Lead us off, Dale.
Yeah, I'm watching this 88 car, Connor Zilic. You know, this young man's had a tough rookie season, but he's sitting here right now with an opportunity to run in the top 3, if not even better than that. This would be, can you believe it, his first career top 10 finish in the Cup Series if he can hold on today.
Well, how about pole sitter, the 23-year-old Ty Gibbs got that first career win back at Bristol in the spring. He won both stages. We just thought that would eliminate him from contention, but here he is 5th, climbing up the ranks, doing a really nice job behind the wheel of the 54. With 19 laps to go, I think there's a few positions still in front available.
I'm going to go with his teammate, the guy that was a runner-up here a year ago, and that's Chase Briscoe. Just been outstanding today, running 2nd in this race. And if he's able to hang there, it would match his best finish of the year from Atlanta. But he's thinking more. You know, I go to last year with Briscoe, and we had some of those late cautions, and he really pushed Shane Van Gisbergen. And so you feel like Briscoe's a guy that's got something for him here today late. And, really having a good afternoon in that 19 for Joe Gibbs Racing.
Yeah, he's kept this gap here to SVG at a flat 2nd for a while now. And SVG just knows a lot of laps left. 19 laps at this racetrack, that might as well be 100 laps somewhere else. It's a long way to go. You're trying to stretch out the tire life in this car, and this will be the longest that they've went all day long. Got a great little battle happening for 3rd and 4th, but we're going to jump on board the 17 of Chris Buescher right here. He's trying to work behind the 4 of Noah Gragson.
Little Trimble on board, coming down toward turn 10 and the drive over to turn 11.
Buescher struggled today. Actually ran the 3rd best lap on the racetrack that last time back in 29th. And this is the battle right now. I think the best one on the racetrack between Larson and Zilic. And Larson is taking it. Thought Zilic would be able to drive away from this 5 car because he held that track position during the pit cycle, but maybe a little bit of an tire advantage on the 5. It's only a lap, but let's take a look and see how this pass happened.
Yeah, let's take a look at it once more. So dives on the inside line. Larson very much alongside with the 88, but Larson gets through on Zilic quite nicely there, Jack. Larson's
great dive bomb that.
I'll go to you.
Little nudge. All he needs to do.
Zilich trying to come back at him. Do you reckon he will? Nah, he won't.
Nah.
Larson's good on the road courses here.
Larson's got the pace.
Feels like he's got like I don't know what it is about Kyle Larson, but he's got like a little boost with him at the moment. He's really flying. Road courses are suiting him more and more. Maybe he should. Okay, how about this? Should Larson move from NASCAR to IndyCar permanently? Because I think on a road course in the new chassis coming in a couple of years could be quite good. 28 for IndyCar. Larson moves over. What do you think? I've made him speechless. What do you think at home? Let's have a look then. There's Christopher Bell. Fabulous day he's had. Moved up into 6th position. Terrible qualifying. Now getting up more and more. Larson would be whipping IndyCar, says Wesley. I agree, yeah. I think it might be quite a nice...
Maybe on the ovals.
What about road courses? Like Road
I
America?
know about that. Driving an open wheel car is so different to driving a stock car, you've got to remember.
We saw Jimmy Johnson try, didn't he? He was constantly
And
spinning.
yeah, he was terrible.
Although he was good at the
He was
500.
terrible in IndyCar.
He was good at the 500.
Yeah,
just top
ovals he
five.
was very
Yeah,
good.
Yeah.
Road courses, but then again, Jimmy's never really been a road course guy.
No, it was daft him even going. I think it was. He's only ever won one road course in his entire life in the Cup Series. That's
Yeah.
it. Everything else came inside of oval races. So that's a common thing.
Yeah.
Keselowski's got a bit of damage there, I've noticed. And I think Cindric's got some as well, as I mentioned earlier on. That car looking very long. The new Gen car, the next
You also
gen.
got to remember that there are some like incredibly tough drivers to beat in IndyCar. I mean, you've got Alex Palou, a generational talent. You know, you got Lundgaard, one of the best road course racers in the entire series right now.
I agree. You're gone.
You got Kirkwood, he's a tough driver to beat. Will Power, he's been a bit inconsistent recently. You got some really, really good... And on the ovals, you have Pato O'Ward and David Malukas.
Yeah. Thinking about Pato, to be fair, O'Ward is, I think, somebody who could end up in a NASCAR seat a bit later on in his life.
He said he was down to do the Mexico race, but it clashed with the IndyCar Gateway race.
And then I just knocked my drink over. Then it got cancelled, didn't it? That's Briscoe.
I love that. Don't let him. He knows SVG's so good that he's going to get a little bit closer in the windshield for you to overdrive it. He's saying, ignore him. Normally we say ignore the mirror. Hit your marks. He's saying literally ignore your windshield. Run.
So he's really pushing him to stop, aren't you? It's not going to be on the run. Okay, let's go to TNT. There's something coming on here.
Yeah, I think you can get confused into thinking you're actually running a guy down when he's allowing it to happen, right? And then you start pushing harder and harder and making mistakes, actually making your tires mad.
He's like the guy at the bar drinking water, and you're thinking you go drink for drink with the guy. Next thing you know, you can't stand up.
Good battle for third there in between Larson, Zilich, and Gibbs. SVG out front with 14 remaining.
A lot of pressure coming on now. 14 to go. Just getting close to that point where you say the overtime word, don't you? Red Eye, it's about oh, you're on about boxing as well. Last lap over in IMSA, and they've gone full course yellow, which means there's been an accident.
Oh, big crash, 765.
Over in IMSA, a huge crash over there in their final lap of the race. Hope everybody's okay, but that means that the results have been frozen. We have a victor over there that can be crowned momentarily. Here, though, SVG and Briscoe and Larson closing in on the battles. Oh, and there goes on the inside. Keselowski trying to make the move and pushing hard.
Full contact.
Sindrick towards the wall. My goodness me. Close stuff between the two. Sindrick just wants to get his bodywork damaged a bit more. Yeah, that accident, by the way, was in IMSA with the full course show, not here in NASCAR. That's just
is Sindrick going to try and get him back? He does try to get him back.
Keselowski had to mount the curbs there, didn't he? Just to avoid him, yeah. That was an aggressive little action shot as the checker flag comes through. Hey, I got to pick a winner point! Yes! I get 10 pick a winner points in the Grid Network chat. Yes! So what do you make of that move again? To me, Keselowski turns in on Sindrick.
Yeah, it looks like Brad cuts up into Sindrick and doesn't realise that Sindrick's there.
Which is a bit daft, thinking about it more often. Still. Oh, here we go again. Ty Gibbs on the inside line of Connor Zilic. It's almost a repeat of what happened a lap ago. This time, though, I think Gibbs is going to give some room to Zilic. He's going to swing around the outside. And Ty Gibbs moves up into 4th place. Gets ahead of Zilic. Okay. Tyres, I think, are starting to go for Connor, sadly.
Was it the 31 that won in IMSA?
Yes. Which was
nice. Jack Aitken got. That's Jack Aitken's car, isn't it?
Yeah. Aitken gets.
Yeah.
He's
got himself another one. Nice one.
He gets a win, and he's just announced that him and Alex are expecting their first baby.
I did see that. That's great. I mean, that guy's one of the best sports car racers in the world right now, in my opinion, Jack Aitken.
He was unfairly treated in Formula 1. Oh,
he just never got a shot, really.
Yeah, Marty.
Dillon a moment ago was running in the top 20 and just started losing power steering. Hamlin now only a couple of spots behind Ty Dillon. Can he hang on for these final 12 laps and for the second straight year have this Colic team knock off Denny Hamlin?
If you're Denny Hamlin, it's about survive and advance, and we'll see if he can get them. There you see the difference between those two, 28th to 31st, and a spot in the round of 16 on the line when you talk about the in-season challenge.
And Denny,
which not many people are talking about the in-season challenge because it doesn't really matter that much, and I think it's like the playoffs, it won't last much longer, Jack. A 5-race campaign that ends at the Brickyard, but
yeah, and driving with power steering around here is tough for a regular driver. For someone like Ty Dillon, who, to my understanding, is not necessarily a road course expert, it's going to be difficult for him.
Just lugging it around like crazy. Tournament matchups, Hamlin 31st, Ty Dillon 28th, so Ty Dillon will go through in the tournament, in the bracket challenge for the in-season tournament.
Cluster happening.
Shannon.
Right now, Alex Bowman running 10th. Tyler Reddick is running last in 36. Tyler Reddick entered the in-season bracket challenge today as a #1 seed. Alex Bowman is a 32nd seed. I don't know about you guys, but I had Tyler Reddick going all the way to the finals. Doesn't look like, with 11 laps to go, that could happen. A big upset here with the 48.
Yeah, this team had back-to-back third-place finishes at Texas and Talladega, the 48 group. Felt like they were starting to catch their stride after Bowman had missed those races, but the last month or so have not produced a lot of fruit. Impressive today inside the top 10 and an opportunity to advance on to round 2 in the in-season challenge.
And this 19 car inside of 3/4 of a second behind. I think that's a little bit too close. Yeah, for me, I don't know about SVG managing the gap. He's talking about having, he is absolutely doing that, saving his rear tires, saving his car. But at what point does he start to need to run a little bit harder? Marty, what you got?
Oh, Dale, no question. Chase Briscoe's cutting into that lead for SVG with 10 to go. A moment ago, they kind of gave SVG a bigger picture of the top 5. He said, I don't care about anyone but the 19. I'm trying to manage my stuff.
It's exactly what happened last year. Briscoe pushing the 97 towards the end of the race.
Pushing hard again. Briscoe is now 0.7 behind SVG. 9 to go, and we have a battle brewing for the lead of the race. Oh, this is what we've been waiting for, Jack. Has SVG got anything left in the tank, or is Briscoe going all beans?
Well, I'd imagine if you're Briscoe, you want to get that race win.
Just to say, I beat Shane Van Gisbergen on a road course. That's enough, isn't it? Ty Gibbs is super impressive today. I wish he could get back out of Larson.
The message has been just race your own race. Well, now, as the laps are clicking down, they, of course, are looking at that 97. Here's what Ty Gibbs and his crew just said on the radio.
Keep doing what you're doing. 19 is running the 97 down. He's starting to struggle with his drive, too. What do you want me to do? I need you to push, but it needs to last 10 laps.
Ty Gibbs has had such a fast car all day long, of course, winning stage 1, stage 2, starting way back in 20th at the beginning of each of those stages, and now he has just a couple of spots to gain in order to try to get up there and get that 97.
And I think some of the question mark for these drivers is with 9 laps to go, what am I trying to do? Am I saving tire for the long run? If the caution comes out, are we pitting or are we not? Because you know, some of the strategy might be, hey, we can't run the 97 down from 7 seconds back, so if we cool our rear tires and the caution comes out, maybe we can stay out on those tires. A lot has changed in the world of road course racing with this reduced downforce, increased power, and this tire that does lose grip. It's not just a set it and forget it type pit strategy anymore. When you leave pit road for what you think is the last time for fuel, you have to continue to ask yourself, if we have a caution now, should we come to pit road? And with this many cars in the lead lap, it's a complicated question.
Well, I was going to say, if you're a crew chief, it's a...
Oh, hello. Signal's gone.
On your opponent, always making a putt, so you know the pressure could be on at any time.
Last lap on the racetrack, SVG runs a half a second faster than Briscoe in the 19, and you see the gap extended. You can almost watch the 97's line off a turn 4 to understand how hard he's pushing. And these guys right here, Cindric and Keselowski, continue to push each other around.
Talked about the problems for Ty Dillon. He's faded to 34th. Hamlin in front of him now as you continue to watch the pylon and the leaders coming back to 7 laps to go.
7 laps to come through, and now we're going to see Van Gisbergen hold off Briscoe again.
His line in turn 4, he's like, I like to run way wider over the curb on the outside in the exit of 4 than a lot of guys do. They just don't, for whatever reason, use as much racetrack, and he carries a ton of momentum there and speed into turn 7. So when he runs hard, you see him take that wider exit out of 4. When he's underdriving the car, it's a little more shallow.
Action again. Jack, do you reckon Briscoe's actually going to get through here?
According to Eric Estep, Dane might be struggling with his brakes, but he wasn't sure what he heard because the radio is a bit fuzzy on SVG's end. So maybe SVG's dealing with some issues. Now, for a normal driver, that wouldn't be great. For SVG, he's not human, so...
No, SVG is not human. So far, this race has been cool, calm, and collected as they come through. Oh, I've just knocked my own headset over. Sorry about that, viewers. Punching the headset on stream is not the best idea to do. I'm used to using a lip mic, which is a Rode. It's a Coles Electronics 4104. You would have seen Murray Walker using one of them. I'll show you when we come on to the comments.
Murray Walker, the GOAT.
Honestly, these lip mics are amazing. I used it. I commentated all. Oh, that's wide for the 24. Going too deep. Byron losing out a couple of places.
Stay focused, stay locked in, don't let the rabbit get any bigger, keep managing those inputs. Nice and straight here, you're doing a great job.
There's history on the line as well. Shane Van Gisbergen, 7 career wins all coming in road course competition. A win today gets him his 8th, and he would tie Tony Stewart for 2nd on the all-time wins list when you talk about Cup victories on the road.
Is that what he's trying to do here, Jack? Get that victory margin to come through?
Yes, absolutely. He's got to.
Oh, Ty Dillon is having power steering issues, as you said, and that has now put Denny Hamlin has passed him. So there is now a change. It has happened on the monitor. We thought it might, and sadly it has. That is a shame. 6 to go here, though. About to become 5, and this was the moment for Byron. He goes on the inside line to get ahead of Alex Bowman, locks the rear, and just slides straight on, Jack.
Yeah, big wide moment there for Byron. That's not going to help him at all.
Tyler,
SVG's been lapping people as well, by the way.
There's Tyler Reddick with the fastest lap, by the way, 75.761, set on lap 80. I'll pop it on the board for you to come through to make sure you all know where it is. Brilliant little battles coming through now. 5 to go in the action. We are just going to sync up shortly with IMSA to close out their broadcast day as they've wrapped up action over at Watkins Glen for the 6 hours. Shane Van Gisbergen maintaining a 1-second lead over Chase Briscoe. This is very, very close stuff. If you want to leave the room to grab a beer, stay where you are, because this is going to be very, very, very close. I don't know what's going to happen next, Jack. Gibbs right in the back of Larson, and he's going for a move. Ty Gibbs for 3rd, and he's done so. He's made the move on Kyle Larson, so he got him back. Larson can't get on the inside, and it's done. Gibbs into 3rd, and that's a richly deserved... In fact, all the top 3 have deserved their places today, Jack. They've all raced their heart out.
Yeah, they've been great.
Hang on. Sorry, Briscoe's just made an error. Briscoe's just locked up coming through turn 2. He almost dropped it. That's going to complete Shane Van Gisbergen and give him the room. Briscoe making a mistake, and SVG now over a second ahead. A small error from the 19. Back to you, Jack.
Yeah, it's been great to see Briscoe running well again. I mean, it's going to be a good point today, good 2nd place.
Here it is on the replay, just runs it deep through 1 and 2, and he's so slow on the exit on the run up the hill. Just missed out. 3 to go as we come into the battle. Right, we're just going to sync up with our TV pictures now. We're just going to sync up with IMSA. In a few moments with 3 to go. Well, we thank you, everybody, for watching the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship 6 hours at the Glen. Right now, we've got the end of the NASCAR Cup Series. 3 laps remain over there, and that's where we are going to take you with the redirect. What a race! We'll see you next time out for more action. Take care. Bye-bye. Right, we're back with you here on the Cup Series as we just have to do 2-in-1 broadcasts with the IMSA Series ending. Jack, this is getting close now. The gap 1.2. Gibbs is too far. I think Shane's got this, but Briscoe's going to give it his all. He's not going to stop, is he?
No, he shouldn't do either.
Why would you? Why would you stop? Why would you hold it back? I'm with you, mate. Attack, attack, attack as much as you can. Such a close run. Such a weird race. All of this starting to fly through. SVG closing in on the battle. More lap traffic coming in than they're having to deal with out there. We finally opened up our Galaxy chat with our timing screen, so I can tell you the points as they stand. Oh, guess what? Denny Hamlin will be on 709 points. Reddick 713. So that spin earlier on for Denny Hamlin has cost him the championship lead in the regular season. Reddick will be on 713. Hamlin will be on 709. Blaney, 613. Ty Gibbs will now be 581. He's bringing himself right back into the mix. SVG will be on 421. He gets the 63 from today. But that's if the win actually happens, because we've got lap traffic closing in now. We'll go quickly to driver's screen because, Jack, this is getting tasty. Lap traffic getting in the way. That's the 54 just having to get out and push out massively. The gap now less than a second. It's 5/10, Jack. Briscoe's right in the back of SVG with 1 to go. Coming up.
I don't think he's close enough to get a hold of him, but we'll have a look.
1.2.
Depends how
Yeah.
flat out SVG wants to go for this last lap.
It will be the last lap coming up. We'll start 109. It'll be lap 110. 8 lead changes, 3 cautions. Only 1 for a spin at the top of the hill earlier on. White flag in the air, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Shane van Gisbergen is in the lead of the race. Briscoe is in second, separated over the line by 0.563 of a second. Can SVG hold on? And is Trackhouse, for the first time in their career, going to dominate in all forms of motorsport they take part in? They won in the MotoGP Tissot Sprint with Ralph Fernandez. They got a 1-2 earlier on today with Ayagura, becoming the first Japanese driver to win in MotoGP in 22 years. Ralph Fernandez was second, which meant it was a 1-2. And now SVG is trying to bring home a perfect day with all 3 races being victorious, and he's under braking. Briscoe's right there as they come into the last sector. Van Gisbergen is pushing hard. Briscoe is closing him down. It's going to be the hairpin. If it's anywhere, it's going to be there. Down we come into the braking.
Is he close enough? That's the question.
I think he's just close enough. It'll be a Hail Mary move. He'll try it, and it's Briscoe. He slides to the rear. Into the hairpin. Last opportunity. Shane van Gisbergen defends the inside line. Briscoe nudges him. They slide in the rear. There's no stopping SVG. The Red Bull on top. Trackhouse dominate in all forms they race in, with Shane van Gisbergen winning at Sonoma, his 8th career win on a road course.
Unbelievable job to turn that thing into a race winner. Thank you, team. Thank you, big crew, everyone. Awesome.
Second for Briscoe, third for Ty Gibbs. What a race! JGR finished second and third. Larson is fourth, Bell fifth, Blaney sixth, Zilich seventh, Priest, McDowell and Bowman the top 10. But for Trackhouse, it is the perfect day they could ever imagine. They win in all 3 MotoGP with Tissot Sprint and a 1-2 in the Grand Prix. And Shane van Gisbergen brings them home with victory in NASCAR. Trackhouse are on top of the world. Jack, that was incredible.
One weekend for SVG.
Yeah, he won yesterday, of course. What a race for him. What a day. What do you think then? SVG, overrated or highly rated?
On these road courses, he is near unstoppable.
I'm with you on that.
Connor, I think, brought home the top 10. He's going to give SVG a nice little tap.
Hosefar got ahead of Byron at the line. I think this is the replay. What are we watching here? This is Briscoe on SVG down to the hairpin.
He sent it.
He did, didn't he? And he nearly nerfed the back of SVG. Just touched him. Close stuff. Fantastic race. Trackouts will be partying all night long, says Nathan. Yep, they definitely are. What a day. Right, let's head to TNT for the analysis.
Here at Sonoma for Van Gisbergen and Briscoe. Gibbs ends up third, Bell fifth. Connor Zilich with his first career top 10 comes home 7th today. Denny Hamlin was 26th, Tyler Reddick 36th. Hamlin a 2-point advantage with 8 to go in the chase. What a ride it's been for that group.
SVG comes onto the main grid. It's burnout time.
Does he save the tire to be good on the long run, or so he can do that? That is incredible. What a celebration for Shane Van Gisbergen. Second win of the year. Had that incredible run at Watkins Glen. Leads 74 laps here today and cashes in one more time for Team Trackhouse.
Let's go!
He's got the ball. Oh, he's got the ball. Excuse us.
And now he's going to sign the rugby ball. And for the second day in a row, give it a boot. And the wrestling match has begun. Fumble. Here's Shannon Spake.
Yeah, I was wondering if your legs had anything left to kick that ball. Is the victory a little bit sweeter when you were working your butt off inside the race car to get it?
I mean, yeah, what a day. We were really bad yesterday, and these guys did an amazing job turning this car into a winner. And the 19 was coming. He was really, really good, and I ran out at the end. But thank you to Red Bull, Trackhouse, Chevy. Pretty special to make up for last week, too.
Talk about last week. You don't get do-overs in racing, but this is about as close as you get. How much did you bring the fire and even the anger, we saw that, Shane, into the race today?
No, I was back to normal by the weekend, but yeah, I was certainly pissed at the start of the week, but this well and truly makes up for it. Sharing it with these guys, and you know, they went through it at the start of the week, and pretty special to win.
Those final laps, we heard you on the radio, you were hanging on. Were those some of the toughest laps that you've raced in one of your wins?
Yeah, we had these shit boxes come out in front, and they were wobbling all over the track and putting dust, and I just kept struggling, you know, and Chase was just really, really good. So, yeah, a couple more laps, we would have had some problems.
I know it's about the here and now and celebrating this victory, but the big picture is making the chase. You're 14th in the points, 36 above that line. Is this enough momentum to get you to the postseason?
I mean, it certainly helps, but yeah, I need to really step it up on the ovals, and we all do. So, but yeah, it certainly helps us, but this is an oval championship, and I need to keep getting better at them.
You happy with that range on the kick?
I almost made it. I'll try again next year.
Congratulations, Shane Van Gisbergen, king of the road course, takes his crown once again.
He knows his place in victory lane. Been really good here and goes back-to-back, leading 74 laps this afternoon, taking the checkered flag. Shannon referenced the points. SVG up to 14th. Hamlin now P1.
Yeah, look at all.
Well, yeah, I don't think that's right on Denny Hamlin with 719. On my screen, it says Reddick's on 713, Hamlin 710. The rest are correct, though, so we'll wait for that.
I've got it as Hamlin 719, according to the unofficial standings.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for confirmation. I'll go to next week.
But as far as I'm aware, Hamlin has taken the championship lead.
I almost think certainly after that. I mean, he was lucky not to lose it out fully after everything that happened, especially with Tyler Reddick. Another bad race for him. We're going to sign off now. Jack, last thoughts from you after a crazy day here.
Yeah, it was a really, really good Sonoma race. Lots of passing throughout the field. SVG, I'd argue it wasn't nearly as dominant of a performance as it was yesterday. So yeah, congratulations to him. He's one off of Jeff Gordon now for the most road course wins in NASCAR history. See what he can do next season, because that is our last road course race of the Cup Series season, sadly.
Yep, it's all ovals now to go into it, and that's where we'll return. Chicagoland is next up, and it's rain in the air. My thanks to Jack for your company here tonight. My thanks to all of you, not only on JB Motorsports, but on the Ultimate Sports Media as well, as we fill in for the boys as they're on World Cup duty ahead of it. They should be back next week for the action. Wimbledon starts tomorrow on JB Sports. Should be able to cover all the entire day, 11 a.m. until 10 p.m. every night for the action. My thanks to you all at home. What a fantastic day. Trackhouse dominate in MotoGP. Ralph Fernandez won the Tissot Sprint in MotoGP on Saturday. Sunday belonged to Ayagura with Raul in second for Trackhouse. And NASCAR brings it home with SVG victorious. Can we have, please, about 1,000 tickets to the party for me, mates? Bye-bye.